Clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Passenger Railway Services Public Ownership Bill, second reading.
Minister to move second reading.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I beg to move that this bill now be read a second time. At the general election, when millions of people called time on years of dysfunction, disruption and decline, they demanded change. Not only in how this country is governed, but in how it works. Because for too many, from our economy to our public services, this country simply does not work anymore. The things we rely on are letting us down too often. Lifelines have turned into liabilities. It's why this government has already started the work of rebuilding Britain, brick by brick, bill by bill. 5 transport bills in this year's King's Speech show not just the scale of our ambition, but how transport is at the heart of our plans for change. Growing the economy, becoming a clean energy superpower, making our streets safer, spreading opportunity, rebuilding our NHS. Whatever this government's mission, transport is now mission critical. Yeah, very happy.
Thank you. I'm very grateful she gives way so early in her comments. In South Leicestershire, there is a very controversial planning proposal which is sitting on her desk as we speak. It's for the Hinckley National Rail Freight Interchange. Now, I'm for rail freight interchanges, but the issue about this one, which has united Labour, Liberal Democrat and Conservative politicians in and around the area, is that there are around 5 other rail freight interchanges within a 30-mile radius. Can she give a commitment at the dispatch box that whatever she says today will not ride roughshod over the views of Labour-led Rugby Council and Conservative-led Blaby District Council that both have very serious concerns about this matter?
Well, I'm very grateful to the Honourable Member for putting his views on the record. He will know that I have a quasi-judicial role in determining the development consent order on that project. He's right that it's on my desk and I am considering it carefully. Nothing in today's bill will influence that decision. Madam Deputy Speaker, national renewal requires nothing less than the biggest overhaul of our public transport in a generation. And that starts with improving performance on our railways and kick-starting reform, which brings us to today's bill. Now, it should surprise no one in this House when I say our railways are not fit for purpose. I have said as much for 2.5 years from the benches opposite to no fewer than 3 Tory Transport Secretaries. And I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome the new Shadow Transport Secretary to her place. I should note that her 3 predecessors that sat on this side are no longer members of this House, so I'm not sure whether it's her job that's cursed or mine, but I wish her luck in the role. And under those 3 Tory Transport Secretaries, we were promised reform. Yet 3 years after Keith Williams' review, little has changed. We were promised better services, yet some of the worst performing operators were rewarded with new, lengthy contracts and handed performance bonuses. We were promised...
Good friend and Secretary of State for Transport give way. On that point, Avanti, when can we expect to see the shambles that is Avanti actually kicked into touch and returned into public ownership? I would certainly welcome that, and so will lots of Northerners up and down the country.
Very grateful for that intervention. I had a feeling he might be mentioning Avanti. He knows my views on Avanti, and they were one of the first meetings that I held as Secretary of State. I called them in as one of the worst performing operators with their Network Rail business unit, a meeting that was not held by any of my 3 predecessors whilst I was in the role as Shadow Secretary of State. I made clear that the levels of performance will not be tolerated, and we will be using all measures under their national rail contract to hold them to account, and that does not exclude terminating that contract before it expires if they default. Now, we were promised HS2 to Manchester, yet that was axed, in Manchester no less, leaving a West Coast main line that is now bursting at the seams. And meanwhile, passengers continue to suffer with overcrowded trains and poor facilities, record high cancellations with almost 1 in 3 trains late, some of the most expensive fares in Europe, and regular bouts of industrial action.
First of all, can I welcome the Minister to her place and wish her well in the new role that she undertakes, and for bringing this forward for the modernisation of the railway. I make a plea, if I can, for those who are disabled in particular. And all the time we've had debates in this chamber, Madam Deputy Speaker, whether it be adjournment debates or on railway, the issue of disabled access has come up over and over again. So on behalf of those people, does the Minister not agree that disabled access at all railway stations should be a bare minimum and must be a priority when we're having commuters who must still take private taxi hire to get to a wheelchair-friendly station? And further, will the Minister not agree that rural communities should not be disadvantaged by the closure of small stops in order to provide more streamlined timings? Thank you so much.
Very grateful to the honourable member and marvel, as I always do, at his ability to find something of interest and relevant to whatever the debate at hand. He's absolutely right. Accessibility is far too often overlooked, and we have made clear in the plans we set out ahead of the general election that accessibility will be one of the key measures against which we hold eventually Great British Railways to account. It is undignified the way that people with accessibility needs are treated by our public transport system. Yeah. Madam Deputy Speaker, the broken model that our railways relies on is holding back talent, holding back opportunity, holding back Britain, and it must be fixed. And we're wasting no time in doing so. By amending the Railways Act 1993, today's bill will fulfil one of our central manifesto commitments to bring rail passenger services into public ownership. It overturns the privatisation of the John Major government, and it allows us to take action as soon as contracts expire or earlier if operators default on those contracts. It is a sensible approach, ensuring taxpayers don't fork out huge sums to compensate operating companies for ending contracts early. Public ownership will become the default option for delivering passenger services instead of the last resort.
First of all, can I congratulate my right honourable friend on her appointment as Secretary of State and thank her for bringing this excellent bill. Since becoming the operator of last resort, TransPennine Trains, which had been one of the worst performing rail companies, became the most improved operator. So will this public ownership of rail bill mean that passengers on South Western Railway will see the same level of improvement, and how long will it take?
Very grateful to my honourable friend's intervention. She's absolutely right that we've seen immediate improvements on bringing previously privately run operators into public ownership. But we can go further still, and that's the benefit of taking the two-prong approach that I will set out later in my speech. But she should be on no doubt that South Western will be brought into public ownership, and all contracts remaining will be done so within the first term of this government, and ideally within the first 3 years of this bill receiving royal assent. We will act swiftly. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I've no doubt we'll hear plenty of voices from the benches opposite labelling this as an ideological move. Those accusations are way off the mark. There is nothing ideological about fixing what's broken and about reforming what doesn't work.
So my honourable friend, give way.
Yeah.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. She's being extremely generous. I very much welcome this bill, and I congratulate her for all her work on getting us to this point. Since our railways were taken out of public ownership, tens of billions of pounds have been lost to shareholder dividends and the inefficiency of a privatised system, all while ticket prices have soared. Does she agree with me that it's high time that we put passengers before profiteers?
Very grateful to my honourable friend, and she's exactly right. That's what's at the heart of these proposals, the opportunity to genuinely reform our railways from top to bottom to ensure that passengers and growing the railways are the only objective that they should serve, not private operators, not shareholders, not the whims of engineers that run Network Rail. This is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to make sure that our public transport system serves the public. So it's not ideological. What was ideological was the previous government sitting back and presiding over a broken system whilst passengers and the economy paid a heavy price. I know the Tories have been trying to pretend the last 14 years of failure haven't happened, but they cannot deny that after 30 years of privatisation, we find ourselves in a position where taxpayers are responsible for 50% of the rail industry's income and underwrite almost every penny spent, whilst profits are siphoned off to shareholders. Yeah.
I'm grateful to my humble friend giving way, and also on her appointment as Secretary of State. I note within the proposed legislation that in Clause 2 it talks about the extension of the current contracts. Could she set out the circumstances by which that can occur? Because we know that rail safety is best when track and train are brought together as it would under Great British Railways.
Very grateful to my humble friend for that intervention. That clause is in there purely as a fail-safe if, for whatever reason, the DOHL is not able, for capacity reasons, at that moment in time when the private operator's contract expires, to take it in. So we've allowed ourselves that flexibility if it is not practically possible, but in order to demonstrate that it's not enabling franchising or private operations by the back door, we have also included the power to remove that power again to make sure that public ownership remains the default. So that will only be in absolutely exceptional circumstances for a very limited time. Madam Deputy Speaker, as the Railways Passenger-in-Chief, I am acting decisively today. This is the only response to the failure of privatisation to deliver reliable and affordable services for passengers. And it makes financial sense, saving tens of millions of pounds each year in private sector fees, money which can now be reinvested into the railway. It makes operational sense by running the railways in the interests of passengers and taxpayers, not to the benefit of shareholders. Yeah, and then I will make some progress.
I really thank my humble friend for giving way and congratulate her on her new position. But as a long-suffering West Coast Avanti passenger, I really welcome the fact that this government has prioritised this bill. But would my honourable friend agree with me that workers should not be outsourced who work on the railways? And could she say a little about what she intends to do to achieve that going forward?
I'm very grateful for that intervention. Network Rail has done a considerable amount of work over the last few years at looking in sourcing, and I will ask them to do a more comprehensive review to see if there is further that they can do. And as private operators are brought in, they will absolutely consider the position of their contracts and supply chains as well, to ensure that they are delivering the best possible service for passengers. She raises a very important point. The case for public ownership should not be controversial. After all, rail infrastructure was brought into public ownership by the last Labour government following private sector failure. European neighbours, including Germany, France and Spain, all have models of public ownership. And indeed, the architect of the previous government's rail reform plan endorsed Labour's plans ahead of the general election. And as has been said, 4 franchises, Northern, TransPennine, South Eastern and LNER, are already in public hands and have seen some improvements. Take TransPennine, still far from perfect. As someone who relies on it, I accept it is far from perfect, but overseeing a fall in cancellations from 20% in January 2023 to around 5% since it was taken into public ownership. Or LNER, who recently achieved a financial surplus which was returned to the taxpayer. Bringing the remaining 10 operators under public control will take time, But as Passenger-in-Chief, I am putting them on notice. I will not tolerate the status quo. I will not hesitate to demand improvements, and I won't be afraid to rip up contracts early if operators default on their obligations to the public. Madam Deputy Speaker, today's bill means the railways will finally be run for the public, by the public. But owning the House is just the first step. Next, we must fix the crumbling foundations. That means fundamental reform. No ifs, no buts. We will set up Great British Railways as a new directing mind, running the network, both track and train, as one integrated system. Will finally put an end to the fragmentation and waste which makes our railways one of the least efficient, the spiralling costs and falling revenues, the competing interests and industry inertia, and we will build a growing, innovative railway relentlessly and single-mindedly focused on passengers. There's no questioning the benefits at stake, because GBR will take a whole system view. We'll be able to simplify the overly complex fare system so passengers are confident they're getting the best value. We'll take aim at overcrowding by moving rolling stock to where it's needed in the network. We'll end the piecemeal approach to innovation and roll out benefits like digital pay-as-you-go and digital season tickets. And we'll put accessibility at the core of our rail offer so passengers with disabilities can expect a consistent level of service. Of course, change like this does not happen overnight. It's why setting up GBR and delivering our plans in full will be the focus of separate legislation later in the session. But we won't sit back and wait for that legislation to be on the books. We plan to use every lever available to us to urgently improve services for passengers. That includes creating shadow Great British Railways, which will focus squarely on driving improvements in the short term, from ticketing to better services. This is a crucial next step, putting passengers back at the heart of the railways and firing the starting gun for reform. Yes, just before I conclude.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way, and I'd like to ask her what benefit this bill will bring to my constituents of North Cornwall, who currently don't have a single railway station. Please could the Secretary of State explain to my constituents what mainline train services will be coming to towns in North Cornwall, such as Bude, Bodmin, Weybridge and Launceston?
The Chancellor set out today, will be reviewing absolutely not just the previous government's unfunded, underfunded and in some places cancelled capital projects, but will be absolutely taking forward an integrated long-term infrastructure strategy. I'd be delighted to meet with him to talk about the needs facing his constituents. Madam Deputy Speaker, when I became Transport Secretary, I told the department that we had a new motto: to move fast and fix things. Today's public ownership bill, the first major piece of legislation under this Labour government, shows we are doing exactly that. The 30-year privatisation experiment has failed. Passenger satisfaction remains too low whilst costs soar. Even before the pandemic, half of all trains in the north of England were late. All of this failure has consequences. Communities cut off, talent stifled, ambition limited. It leaves Britain stuck in the sidings, unable to realise this government's mission of economic growth. Today, we start the work of repair, bringing our railways back into public service, restoring pride to an industry we should be proud of, and taking back control so that our railways finally work for everyone wherever they live. In this mission, I am absolutely determined, and I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Helen Whately.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and what a pleasure it is to speak with you in the chair. Congratulations on your election. It is my honour to respond to the first bill this new government is putting before the House, and I see it as an opportunity to set the tone for how we will act in opposition. We're not going to oppose for the sake of it. And I don't believe you will find a single person on either side of this House, the public, those working on the rail network, or indeed even those running the train companies, who would say everything is as it should be with our rail system. We are in no doubt rail needs reform. COVID fundamentally changed the way we travel. Far fewer people now commute 5 days a week. The contracts that were brought in to save the railways are now stifling the companies they kept afloat, and the Treasury is subsidising the day-to-day running of the network to the tune of £3 billion a year. So things need to change. That's why we in government commissioned a landmark review into our rail system. Now, I welcome that Labour are taking forward our plan for Great British Railways, the product of that review. Joining up track and train into a single public body will make the system more efficient and save passengers time and money. And that's important, because affordability and reliability are what people care about. And this is the point of being in government, delivering on what people care about. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am worried about what this legislation tells us about how the Labour Party plan to act in government. A worry I had when I first saw this bill, but multiplied many times over by the statement we heard from the Chancellor earlier, which I will come to later. But the problem with this bill is that it seems to be based solely in ideology. There is no evidence, in fact, barely even a suggestion, that this bill is going to actually improve journeys for passengers. The Right Honourable Lady opposite has, perhaps to her credit, even admitted so herself, saying that she cannot promise that fares will be any cheaper, nor the trains more likely to run on time. This bill is the embodiment of the same old Labour mantra that anything run by the state is simply better than anything run by the private sector, and that the answer to a problem is putting politicians in charge, when it has been proven time and again that this isn't the case. I'm happy to give way to the honourable gentleman.
Thank the Shadow Secretary for finally giving way. The Shadow Secretary referred to being ideologically wedged to a certain model of providing services, railway services. Could the Shadow Secretary explain why, despite the appalling record of anti-West Coast Main Line, it was awarded a 9-year extension? Surely that was an ideological decision, the wrong decision.
Well, actually, the point that I'm going to come to is that we on this side of the House, and me as Shadow Secretary of State for Transport, don't choose to take an ideological approach. The important thing is what works. And if he will hold on a moment to listen to what I'm coming to, he will understand my argument there. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I confess I may be a little jealous if the Right Honourable Lady opposite is too young to remember life under British Rail. The dusty carriages, the worn seats, the clonk and rattle of the carriage doors, hours spent waiting on a deserted platform wondering if, let alone when, your train would ever arrive with no information to tell you. Of course, even the sandwiches were tired. It's no wonder that over British Rail's nearly 50-year history, passenger numbers across the network actually went down. There was a reason that private provision was introduced into the rail network. And there was a reason why the previous Labour government stuck with it throughout the 13 years they were in power, because it worked. Today's railway is unrecognisable from that under British Rail, not despite privatisation, but because of it. In the first 20 years, passenger numbers doubled. A point that Labour's own rail minister, who now sits in the other place, made in his 2015 report as the head of Network Rail. And the majority of this growth is attributable to the private sector's involvement, and it was achieved while operating one of the safest railways in Europe. Billions of pounds of private capital has been invested in rolling stock. There is now live, real-time information on services, and instead of British Rail catering, passengers can now choose between the likes of M&S and Greggs. The railway went from costing taxpayers hundreds of millions of pounds a year to generating an operating surplus for much of the 2010s. And it wasn't just taxpayers and passengers that benefited. To quote the General Secretary of ASLEF, Lou Adams, back in 2004, all the time it was in the public sector, all we got were cuts, cuts, cuts. And today, there are more members in the trade union, more train drivers and more trains running. The reality is that it worked. Madam Deputy Speaker, we often hear it said in this country that our rail system should be more like those in Europe. where under a utopian system of public ownership, the trains always run on time and every journey costs less than a pint of beer. But that's not how the Europeans see it. In fact, in terms of the growth in passenger numbers and the controls on costs that privatisation delivered, our network is actually envied by Europe. It's why many... I knew you'd laugh. So listen to what I'm about to say. Listen, let me just... I will take you in, but not right now. Let me just, because I heard that reaction. But this is why many European countries are right now in the process of unravelling their public models and introducing private provision and competition into their networks. The Dutch, the Czechs, the European Union will, Madam Deputy Speaker, all be very confused to see us hurtling past them in the other direction. Of course, free enterprise doesn't always succeed. That's why we already have a system in place for times when state intervention would, or at least should, benefit passengers. And as I'm sure the Right Honourable Lady knows, the Department for Transport is already running a number of train operating companies. Companies like Northern Trains, which was taken into public ownership back in 2020. 4 years ago, when the state took it over, a measly 61% of their trains arrived on time. Today, free from the greedy profit vultures who previously feasted on its carcass, that figure remains at 61%. Compare that with Greater Anglia, whose contract comes up for renewal in September. They, by the way, are the first train operating company the Right Honourable Lady's crosshairs, and why the government is choosing to rush this second reading through before recess. All of their services are running new trains. 94% of those trains arrive within 3 minutes of the scheduled time. They managed to deliver this while paying a premium back to the Treasury. It's not failing. In fact, every single one of the top 5 performers across the network are private performers. By contrast, do you know who accounts for more delays than anyone else? Network Rail. 60% of delays are caused by a single public sector organisation. I'll give way to the Honourable Lady.
I am old enough to remember British Rail, and actually on quite a lot of measures, British Rail was improving before it was privatised. And while the Honourable Lady wants to make an ideological attack on a state-owned railway, British Rail was 40% more efficient than 8 comparable rail systems in Europe used as benchmarks in 1989. So did the Honourable Member agree with the former Secretary of State, Grant Shapps, when he admitted that the franchise system was no longer sustainable? And what's her idea?
I was perfectly clear at the beginning of my speech that we agree that reform is needed. That's why we commissioned a review in government, and that's why we set out ambitious plans for reform, including the Great British Railways plan, which I said I will welcome that this new government is intending to introduce. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm not here to make an ideological argument. In fact, and this is the point to respond to the Honourable Gentleman earlier, sometimes, like with our plan for Great British Railways, the public sector is the right vehicle to solve the problem. At other times, a competitive private model will lead to better results. And the point is, if you're going to change things, in the first piece of legislation you bring before this House, you need some pretty clear evidence on why. So I have some questions for my Right Honourable friend and her junior minister, for the Right Honourable Lady, and her junior minister, who will be summing up. How exactly will bringing train operating companies into public ownership benefit passengers? Because unfortunately, the government's impact assessment for sure doesn't tell us. What improvements can passengers expect to see? Who is she going to get to run these companies? Where are all these different better train operating experts going to come from? If they're out there twiddling their thumbs in the hope that this day would arrive, well, wouldn't the Department for Transport not have brought them on board already to help with the running of Northern Trains or South Eastern? It's the same question across the network. Will she be sacking everyone currently working for the train operating companies and replacing them with a horde of superior yet currently out of work staff? Or, as I expect, will passengers simply encounter the same group of people in a different colour shirt? For what we need to hear is what tangible difference is this going to make for passengers? Because if the answer is nil, then there are lots of other things she could be doing with her time, like prioritising the Railways Bill, the piece of legislation that is actually going to make a difference to how passengers experience our railways, with simpler tickets, joined-up decision-making and efficiency savings that can be passed on to passengers. Or like modernising working practices, instead of bending over backwards to the unions, as reports are suggesting she has already done. How does she think that creating a single employer and in the process uplifting every rail worker's terms and conditions to the least favourable for passengers will benefit the network? Or she could start by saving the train manufacturer Hitachi, something that, when in opposition, she said she could do with a stroke of a pen. I notice that it's been 3 weeks, and that pen is yet to materialise. Perhaps she no longer takes for granted the work her predecessor did, saving the Olsen factory in Derby. Or she could prioritise investment in the network, like the 100 billion we spent improving the railways since 2010. And on that point, I feel for her. I know what it's like to argue with your Chancellor because you want investment in something and not win the argument. And it's clear from the statement we heard earlier from the Chancellor that she lost the argument pretty catastrophically. Yeah. That rather than setting out to reform welfare or control public spending, the Chancellor opted to slash a host of transport infrastructure projects and is now going to review all transport infrastructure plans, putting the entire transport pipeline into chaos, letting down communities across the country, letting down a fair few of her new colleagues too, who will be dismayed to find that they campaigned on false promises to the electorate, that their pledges to invest in economic growth and not to raise taxes were not even worth the glossy paper their leaflets were written on. And while I know what it's like to lose an argument with the Chancellor, I don't share the experience she and many of her colleagues will now be going through of changing their tune just 3 weeks after they were given a mandate by the electorate and less than 2 weeks after their party leader said that trust is a new battleground of politics. It seems like he has given up that battle already. But, all the same, I welcome the Right Honourable Lady to her post and I do genuinely wish her well. I will gladly offer my support to anything she does to make our railways more reliable and more affordable. This bill isn't going to do that. It's a rush piece of left-wing ideology. The evidence, both here in the UK and across Europe, shows that an effective public-private model where the incentives are properly aligned delivers more choice, more passengers and greater efficiency. Now, over the next few weeks of recess, she and her team will have some time to reflect and reconsider. And I hope they will return in the autumn with a bill that jettisons the baggage of ideology and takes up the mantle of evidence. A bill that would have more prospects of improving the rail service for passengers. Because, as I said, I have no interest in opposing just for opposition's sake. But this bill, as it stands, will not be receiving the support of His Majesty's loyal opposition.
Andy McDonald.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and congratulations on your elevation. I wish to put on record as I start my contribution how proud I am of my relationship with our trade union movement, and I declare and support both the political and financial support I've received, including from affiliated and non-affiliated railway trade unions, as reflected in my register of interests. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is an immense honour to speak in the second reading of this most welcome of bills today. In the recent election, we set out in our manifesto how we will put passengers at the heart of the service by reforming the railways and bringing them into public ownership. And with today's bill, that is what we are doing. The restoration of our railways to public ownership is something I've spent much time working to achieve in this place, especially in the 4 years from 2016 as Shadow Transport Secretary. In that role, I produced a document, a shadow white paper, entitled GB Rail, Labour's plan for a nationally integrated, publicly owned railway. And it was nice to see that the then Transport Secretary tried to pinch the title, but I suppose that I should be flattered by that. In it, I set out how the privatised UK railway hasn't delivered for passengers or taxpayers for a long time. I said when we published our paper that I believe the railways must be run with the public interest as its primary objective. And I was looking at the sector more broadly, not just as passenger services, but I am delighted that this bill is before us today. I heartily congratulate the Secretary of State, my right honourable friend, the member for Sheffield Heeley, on securing the first substantive debate and moving the first piece of legislation under this Labour government. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill is necessary because the privatisation model for Britain's railways, brought in by the major government in the 1993 Railway Act, has long been failing passengers. Even Margaret Thatcher was reluctant to privatise rail. But the privatised rail system has put private profit-taking before the provision of public service. Far too many of Britain's train franchises have been wholly or partly run by the subsidiaries of other countries' publicly owned railway companies. Over the years, Deutsche Bahn, Nederlandse Spoorwegen and Trenitalia, to name just a few, have extracted value out of our railways to pump back into their own home railways, and yet the only nation state that was precluded from running railways here was our own. Well, all that changes today. I've previously said that the primary aim of Britain's railways should be supporting the health of the economy and society, not other nation states and a small group of private franchise shareholders. The outgoing model has resulted in what is and should function as a public service being subsumed to the commercial objectives to deliver for those shareholders and not the economy or the wider public good. At the height of private franchising, it was estimated that over £700 million a year in total was going to those companies' shareholder dividend payments. That was unproductive, wasteful, and the opposite of value for money. This has been funded by fleecing of fare payers. The Commons Library sets out that the cost of rail fares has increased by 20% in real terms over the last 20 years, whilst average real wages across the country, the economy, struggle to match 2008 levels. The additional revenue is not used to remunerate staff. Rail staff are incredibly hard-working public servants since 1993 employed by private companies, and RMT union members should not have needed 18 months industrial action to get a pay deal that they could settle for. Similarly, with ASLEF union train drivers, it shames the party opposite that these drivers, who had not had a pay rise in 5 years, were forced to wait for a general election and a Labour Transport Secretary to hold direct pay talks. So I pay tribute once again to the rail unions, the RMT, ASLEF and the TSSA, who keep our rail sector running despite the problems of privatisation and who deserve a better deal than they've had in recent years. And the rising dividends, funded by rising fares at the expense of employee pay, have been paid out regardless of performance. In the most recent statistical release by the Office of Rail and Road, 8.5% of Avanti West Coast trains were cancelled in the last quarter, and 10% were more than 15 minutes late. Similarly badly, 7% of cross-country trains were cancelled and 6% were more than 15 minutes late. Madam Deputy Speaker, under the Conservatives' rail network, the private sector took the profit. The public sector picked up the pieces when things went wrong. When the COVID pandemic led to falling passenger numbers, the government stepped in to prop up the railway with funding. And during the recent pay disputes, the RMT has argued that rail companies were being indemnified against any losses to the tune of £1 billion on the same day that there was a national strike on the railways. Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, the public has had enough. It wants change, and Labour is now delivering it. The public voted for it, and we believed that they would, because polling has always shown that they support public ownership, and that's right across the political spectrum. In a YouGov poll just after the King's speech, 76% said they backed public ownership of rail, up from 60% at the 2017 election. That also reflects the increase in support for public ownership of energy, something else we are making a start on. Across the economy, it is clear that voters have had enough of rip-off privatisation and are embracing public ownership. There is much, much more that we will achieve, enabling all of us to travel much more easily and reliably with simpler fares, connecting with other modes of increasingly decarbonised public transport to give our economy and the quality of life such a massive boost. With this marvellous bill, my right honourable friend has the golden opportunity to make sure that our railways work for our people and our businesses, not for the private profit of train operators. And I look forward to speaking with her about the much discussed expansion of rail connections to our capital city and across the northern region from my Middlesbrough and Thornaby East constituency. And I commend her for the superb job that she has done thus far by bringing this bill today. And I wish her and this bill every success.
Wera Hobhouse.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I don't think I had the opportunity yet to express my pleasure to see her in her new role, and may I congratulate the Right Honourable Lady to have secured her new role as Secretary of State. Madam Deputy Speaker, our railways are in dire need of improvement. Under the last Conservative government, passengers were repeatedly failed. Services are poor and the ticketing system is in shambles, all while the public keeps paying more and more year on year. Rail fares in the UK are already one of the highest in Europe and are set to rise again. I'm sure all members of this House have heard or indeed experienced themselves about cancellations, delays and a ticketing system that is not fit for purpose. People are crying out for a functioning rail network that they can rely on. Too often my Bath constituents would actually travel by train, but then they take the car because a train ticket is far too expensive. If we are serious about meeting our net zero targets and reducing emissions, rail must be a green option, but also an affordable option. Since privatisation, passenger journeys have more than doubled to 1.71 billion per year. However, satisfaction is now at its lowest level in over 10 years. We agree with the government that competition is not working as intended. Fewer and fewer companies are bidding for new franchises as the costs have ballooned. Meanwhile, government subsidies have increased and intervention is desperately needed. The UK needs a world-class rail network to support growth and reach net zero. For too many years, it's been held back by underinvestment and lack of ambition, particularly in the north and in the southwest. But may I ask the question, what will happen to investment after nationalisation when Great British Rail will have to compete for funding with the NHS and schools? And I'm sure this government will agree with us. The government must guarantee that funding for a nationalised rail network will not come at the expense of other public services. We Liberal Democrats want the fairest deal for passengers. Anything that brings down fares is welcome. And I'm looking forward to the government setting out how services will improve when in public hands. Nationalisation, Madam Deputy Speaker, is an interesting idea, but Liberal Democrats want an approach that benefits passengers right away. We would freeze fares immediately, and then we would get on with reforms to the broken system. Passengers themselves might not be that interested who is running the trains, but they're interested in whether they're running on time and at a fair price. There is inconsistency with the proposed policy. Great British Rail, just as private companies do now, will continue to lease rolling stock. These rolling stock leasing companies benefit from a monopoly out of the privatisation in 1994 and make excess profits. A quarter of operators' costs go to these companies, and I hope that the government will urgently look into this. The Liberal Democrat approach is pragmatic. We will scrutinise the legislation according to what is best for passengers. We want one nationwide body with proper powers to put investment in the right places and hold train companies to account. Our proposal is to have a railway agency to act as a guiding mind for the railways. putting commuters first, holding train companies to account, and bringing in wholesale reform for the broken fare system. It is currently unclear, Madam Deputy Speaker, what the financial impact of nationalisation will be. There are potential savings due to management and performance fees no longer being payable. However, subsidies may increase after nationalisation. Private operators are already subsidised to run unprofitable services. Public sector companies would similarly need financial support, which may increase over time. All of these we are putting down here just to make sure that we are properly holding the government to account with their proposals. Can the government really ensure funding will be adequate without fares increasing even further? There is no reason for nationalising train companies purely based on their contract's expiry date. The government should start by focusing attention on operators that are demonstrably failing passengers. GBR could then focus on turning these services around to deliver tangible improvement for the public. Operators, at least the government should look at that are currently performing well should be deprioritised. This would be better for travellers and reduce the cost of taxpayers. There are other questions we need clarity on. When the contract is up, will train operating companies go straight to Great British Rail or into the operator of last resort? If operator of last resort, what incentives will there be for operators to grow rail revenue, which are still 70% of pre-pandemic levels? A larger OLR team will be necessary to manage the increased number of rail journeys while GBR is being set up. The explanatory notes of this bill do not consider this increased cost. All of this, Madam Deputy Speaker, must be part of a wider long-term rail strategy. Instead of fixating on the issue of ownership, our railway need a rapid and significant change to put passengers first, with focus on the quality of service. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I would say we are interested looking what nationalisation will really bring as benefits, but we urge the government to be pragmatic. Thank you.
I now call Josh Dean to make his maiden speech.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to make my first contribution in this House and to welcome you to your place following the election. Can I congratulate all of the members and my honourable friends who have given their maiden speeches over the previous days. It's been a reminder of the immense talent of those joining this House and what a privilege it is for me to be amongst them. I look forward to hearing their many contributions to debate over the coming months and years. I'd like to begin by paying tribute to my predecessor, Julie Marson, who served our residents for 4.5 years. I thank Julie for her hard work in helping to secure banking hubs to protect our residents' access to in-person banking services in parts of our community, work that I look forward to continuing. I know the whole House will want to join me in wishing Julie and her family the very best for the future. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's the honour of my life to represent the community where I grew up and where I call home, as the first Labour MP in Hertford and Stortford's 41-year history. Our town centre in Hertford gave me my first job. Our railways carried me to the university education I thought I'd missed out on. And although I'm not sure at 24 I count as an old boy of the school, I am a proud former student of Richard Hale. I'm deeply, deeply humbled by the trust that our residents have placed in me, and I will work every day to ensure that it is repaid. Hertford and Stortford is an historic community. When plague overran London in the 1500s, this Parliament moved to Hertford Castle, where the Gatehouse is now home to Hertford Town Council. Bishop Stortford, suspected to be a Roman new town, may have once sat at an ancient transport interchange. Sawbridgeworth boasts architecture from the Tudor, Stuart and Georgian periods, and Wera was home to a malt-making industry that lasted from the Civil War to the 20th century. Our constituency represents so much of what is great about our country. Hard-working communities, historic towns, and hubs of innovation, creativity and commerce. I had the chance to visit one such hub of innovation on a recent visit to Wickham Hall in Bishop Stortford. There I was inspired by David and Susie Harvey, self-styled custodians of the countryside, whose creativity and passion has transformed a 100-year-old family farm into a thriving business community, making use of the green technologies of the future and with a mission to protect our environment. And our natural environment is as diverse as it is beautiful, with some of Britain's rare chalk streams running right through our constituency, of which our residents are rightly fiercely protective. I therefore warmly welcome this government's commitment to cleaning up our precious waters, and I will work tirelessly within this House and in my community to ensure that they are protected. Today, Madam Deputy Speaker, many of our residents in Hertford and Stortford will travel to and from work using our local railways, whether that's from one town to the next, from our constituency into London, or even further. But when I speak to residents in our community, too often I hear stories of a broken rail network that isn't working for local people. Indeed, just today, one of my residents contacted me to say that yet more services have been cancelled to Hertford North this evening due to a lack of staff. Our railways were once the pride of Britain, connecting people and places with new opportunities. But the current model of privatisation is failing passengers and staff across the country. I'm heartened by my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State's promise to move fast and fix things. We know that publicly owned, passenger-focused rail can deliver the efficient, high-quality and reliable service that our residents in Hertford and Stortford need, and make our railways something to be proud of once again. Now, I've not followed a traditional path through life, as my sometimes frustrated parents would agree. I left school at 17, and I went straight into work, first in my town centre, then commuting into London, before working in recruitment in a local business park. I returned to education during lockdown, enrolling at the University of Westminster to study, perhaps unsurprisingly, politics, blissfully unaware that in just a few years' time I'd be desperately trying to navigate the corridors of this place. But I wouldn't have found the path that was right for me, Madam Deputy Speaker, had it not been for the inspirational work of our youth clubs in Hertford and Stortford, and it's to them who I'd like to pay tribute now. I've experienced firsthand the difference that their work makes to the lives of our young people, and I can say with confidence that had it not been for the support and guidance of a youth worker named Russell Cairns, I would not be in this chamber today. I've since had the privilege of visiting the First Youth Cafe in Bishop Stortford and volunteering at Future Hope's Youth Cafe in the very building where I once sought advice from Russell. I look forward to working with them and many others as our Member of Parliament to ensure that every young person in our community is supported to find the path that's right for them, just as I was supported to find mine. I hope I can also show our young people that, if they wish, the path they choose can lead them here. During the election, I had the chance to visit some of our local schools, taking part in a hustings at Herts and Essex High School in Bishop Stortford and answering the questions of sixth formers at Leventhorpe in Sawbridgeworth and Richard Hale in Hertford. I was struck by their insightful questions and their genuine passion for politics. Now, we know that young people are at the sharp end of so many of the crises we face today, whether it's the climate crisis or the crisis in housing and mental health. But too often, they feel powerless to make a difference and that politics isn't a place for them. I'm proud to be a young person representing his community, joining this place amongst a cohort of younger parliamentarians, but it's incumbent on all of us to show our young people that they don't just have a place in politics, but in this Parliament too. And I look forward to working with colleagues across this House to make that happen. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to reflect on two people without whom I would not be here, my mum and dad. My mum taught in local schools before becoming a special educational needs coordinator. I've grown up watching her give so much to her profession in often challenging circumstances. Hers is the story of teachers and support staff across our schools, across the country, and she continues to be an inspiration to me. As is my dad, who now lives just outside Bishop Stortford, and like so many of our residents, commutes into London every day. Now, my parents moved to Hertford in the late 1990s because they wanted the best start for me. I cannot think of a better moment than now to thank them for everything they have given me over the last 24 years. My parents are examples of hard work and dedication, principles that they have instilled in me, and those are principles that I will carry with me every day as I go to work in this place. Thank you.
Wendy Morton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and first of all, may I congratulate you on your new role as Deputy Speaker. I'd also like to congratulate the honourable gentleman from Hertford and Stortford for making his maiden speech this afternoon. There's one thing that I'm sure he will appreciate and learn as the weeks, months and even years go by, that there are times when we will argue and debate in this place, but there are many things that we also have in common. And like the honourable gentleman, Madam Deputy Speaker, I left school and didn't go to university until much later in life. The other common point that I would make, and I'm going to come to this later in my contribution today, is the importance of rail links to our local communities. It's a bit like the link to opportunity that it creates for young and old alike. But I sincerely wish him well. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I was very clear in my contribution to the King's Speech debate that where I agree with the government, I will say so. And as a former rail minister myself, I would be one of the first to agree that the rail system needs reform. And certainly post-pandemic, we've seen that commuting and business travel has changed beyond all recognition, but so too has leisure travel, and the demand has changed greatly. The current system absolutely needs to make greater use of the public-private model, in my opinion, but it must also have, crucially, a greater passenger focus. There are 20 franchise train operating companies in Great Britain with, let's be honest, operational performance and cancellations that vary dramatically, as I'm sure all of us across this House would agree. There's nothing more frustrating than arriving at the train station on your way home, the end of the day, end of the week from this place, only to find that your train is delayed, or worse still, it has been cancelled. If we take, for example, at one end of the spectrum, we have Avanti West Coast, one of the worst performers. Their contract expires in October 2026. Contrast that with West Midland Trains, one of the much better performers. Their contract, Mr. Speaker, expires in September of this year. So I would hope that if the new government was truly passenger focused and wanted to get us moving forward, they would really seek to address the worst performers first. But I have a few questions that I will ask, and I'm hoping that the Right Honourable lady, the Secretary of State, will answer some of these in her summing up, or her Minister will. What does this bill actually mean for passengers? Because I've yet to really understand this fully. I've yet to hear the Secretary of State confirm that prices will be cheaper. Perhaps she can do so today. We've heard that there will be a focus on the taxpayer, but what about the traveller? For too many, rail travel is still unaffordable, and I fear that under these proposals it will become more unaffordable. What about the other aspects of the services? Will cleaning contracts be nationalised? What about catering? Will we see a return to the days of British Rail sandwich? I don't think I'm quite old enough, Mr. Speaker, to remember those days. However, I have it on good authority that the British Rail sandwich is somewhat emblematic of the unappetising fare of nationalisation of railways. And what about ticket offices and ticketing? We've heard that there should be improvements. I'm just going to finish this point first to ticketing. But what plans does she have? Will she keep them open? Will she close them? Will there be more staff out on the platform to help those passengers? Yes, of course.
You mentioned ticket office. The honourable member mentioned ticket office closures, and I just reminded her that that was the proposal from your previous government.
Mr. Speaker, it may well have been, but I'm here to scrutinise the government of the day. But I will be the first to recognise that where we have ticket offices that are serving or selling one ticket per day, it would make much better sense to have those operators out on the platform helping people, for example, with accessibility issues, helping with the machines, and that whole point about being truly passenger focused.
I would also like to better understand what the investment will be in the training of train drivers, because it takes a very long time for a train driver to be fully trained for any given route, and without a sufficient number of train drivers, we end up being in hock to the unions. Similarly, I'd like to understand whether the new government believes that it truly in a 7-day railway service, because that is what passengers expect. We don't expect trains to operate just Monday to Friday. We expect them to be 7 days a week, and I would therefore expect any rail operator, particularly under nationalisation, to offer that service as well. And my fourth point is around open access. I'd like a greater understanding of what that model will look like. Will it be kept or not? And the reason that I ask that is actually, I'm going to be really parochial and really community focused here, because in my constituency of Aldridge, we are one of the very few constituencies that does not have a train station. And you may become rather tired of me saying this in the forthcoming weeks and months. But under the former Mayor of the West Midlands, we'd secured funding through the CRSTS, working with the council to move forward. We have the train line, we've got the site identified for the car park. Everything was going forward. We even have an open access operator that's looking to put in a service from Wales direct to Euston, which would be an absolute game changer for young and old alike in my constituency. Sadly, the new Mayor of the West Midlands will not confirm that's going ahead. He prefers to hide behind a review. And after today's announcement by the Chancellor, I'm fearing that she's probably backing him and encouraging him down that route as well. But as ever, I remain in hope and wait to be convinced otherwise. But I will draw my points to a conclusion now, just by saying that Great British Railway is not an entirely new idea, as we've heard today. When we were in government, our plan was to set this up as a public entity, joining track and train across the country. However, what we have in front of us today is something very different. We have ideological nationalisation, risking taxpayers' money, and a plan that the government cannot confirm will actually reduce costs, increase capacity, increase reliability. In short, Mr. Speaker, it does not put the fare-paying passenger first. This is a political choice.
We now come to a maiden speech. Paul Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for affording me the honour and opportunity to give my maiden speech today. I've been listening intently to many speeches over the last few days. Would like to congratulate all those who have made their maiden speeches. I do rise with slight trepidation in my aspirations to match the passion and eloquence of others, speaking in such an inspiring way about their own constituencies, life experiences and priorities, and I commend them all. I'd like to start, please, by paying tribute to my immediate predecessor, Catherine Fletcher. Catherine dedicated herself for the past 4.5 years and had a real passion for wanting to improve the lives of many people in the constituency. I'd also like to pay tribute to all previous elected members of Parliament who have served the community of South Ribble. The Right Honourable Sir Robert Atkins, David Borrow, Lorraine Fulbrook and Siân McKennedy, all of us still highly thought of. Today, we debate the public ownership of passenger railway services, and for my constituents, this cannot happen quickly enough. With Avanti West Coast, who run the West Coast main line between Preston to London, in my instance, we are quite possibly subjected to the worst franchise in the country. And trust me, given the state of many of the current franchises, that is some achievement. Being elected on the new boundaries for South Ribble, which now includes many areas of Chorley Rural Rest, Mr. Speaker, on the 4th of July, was a huge privilege, humbling and a great honour. I cannot thank the people of South Ribble enough for giving me this opportunity to represent them and hope and promise to do my best, using my experience in industry, the military and more recently as their council leader in local government. I have now, with a heavy heart on my part, passed on the baton of the leadership of South Ribble Borough Council to Councillor Jackie Alty, my friend and colleague, and send her and the council my heartfelt best wishes for the future. However, I am now at a new political chapter and intend pushing forward, delivering change with my new Labour government and colleagues, and will take every opportunity to advance my constituents' priorities and prospects in every way I can, with all the energy and experience I bring. I remain committed to ensuring they all begin to thrive following such challenging times. I was brought up in Barrow-in-Furness, having a continued passion for Barrow AFC. However, during the crippling strikes in the shipyard in 1988, in response to Mrs Thatcher's targeted attacks on the UK manufacturing industry, I ended up joining the British Army's Corps of Royal Engineers at the tender age of 18. I then served for just under 15 years, serving operationally in the First Gulf War on Operation Haven, the Kosovo conflict in 1999, to name but two. After retiring from the Royal Engineers in 2003, to be closer to my young children, I moved to South Ribble to establish a new life and fresh start, and made it my home. The people are always warm and welcoming, and I actually understand I am the first Member of Parliament actually from the constituency elected to represent it. Yeah. South Ribble is both a rural and urban constituency like many. We have the Ribble running through the north, with borders with Preston, West Lancashire, Ribble Valley and Chorley. South Ribble is made up of many small villages like Muchhool, Hutton, Charnock Richard, Longton, Croston and Eccleston, as well as towns such as Penwortham and Leyland, where, you may have guessed it, Leyland trucks were historically produced and our fantastic manufacturing base was born. I think we have Leyland Motors to thank for our now well-established global defence manufacturer on our doorstep, BAE Systems. The draftsmen, designers, fitters, engineers and fabled toolmakers were all in abundance at Leyland Motors in South Ribble, and this knowledge has been passed on proudly through our skills and training institutions locally for decades. Central Lancashire provides thousands of highly technical workers to many critical sectors, primarily the defence sector. South Ribble has many unique characteristics, cultures and set of attractions. As the council leader, I've come to know my constituency intimately, spending time at the longest standing green flag awarded Worden Park and Worden Hall on a Saturday afternoon, having a pint with Martin, Nigel and Rachel in the Market Ale House in Leyland, or working with fellow veterans who are represented in an astonishing 19% of households in South Ribble. I will also continue to support and champion individuals such as 15-year-old Ben Griffiths, or Boisterous Ben if you'd like to follow his story on social media. Ben is living an exceptionally tough life with intractable epilepsy he's had since birth and has a desperate need to full access to NHS prescribed medical cannabis, something which he has not been permitted. He's been denied this life-saving medication due to bureaucracy, in my opinion, something I will not accept and will not rest until Ben gets the support and medication he needs. I will also continue to support my community who desperately need new road infrastructure to lessen congestion, travel times and improved air quality, as well as more quality housing and developments in the right places so communities and families can continue to live together in South Ribble. However, these developments must be sustainable with infrastructure first, and they must also be affordable. And I will strive to get the government to commence a huge council housing building programme with local councils up and down the country. I am proud that as the council leader for South Ribble, we commenced building the first council houses in a generation in South Ribble, high quality and affordable. I'll continue to champion inward investment through devolution in the North West and continue to work towards an elected mayor and combined authority for Lancashire, permitting greater powers for the local decision makers in their own transport, health, policing, skills, education, housing and employment. The current county combined authority being pursued by Lancashire County Council just isn't good enough. And I've already spoken to the Secretary of State about this. We must also optimise the opportunities which will come with the brand new cybersecurity centre on our doorstep at BAE Systems in my neighbouring constituency of Ribble Valley. This really could become a global centre of excellence, offering huge opportunities to the entire constituency. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I would like to pay tribute to my beloved mother, Marilyn. I know what losing a loved one feels like. After losing her to cancer, complicated by COVID in 2020. She was only 68 and 1 day old when she passed. She was lonely, afraid, and the pain that me and my family and many thousands of others that went through during the pandemic can never, ever be repeated. Her end of life was desperately traumatic and could and should have been avoided. And I hold a very personal, strong view on the very well publicised parties being held down here. We must learn lessons and all listen very carefully to what the COVID inquiry finds. I also, given me and my family's experiences with my mum, look forward to the passionate debate on assisted dying, a deeply complex but critically important piece of legislation. I have dedicated 32 years of my life to public service in the British Army and local government, and now further commit to you, Mr. Speaker, this House and each and every one of my constituents, as it states in my Institute of Royal Engineers motto, service, not self, to promise my continued public service, upholding fully the principles of integrity, objectivity, accountability, selflessness, openness, honesty and leadership at all times. I'm honoured to be here to serve the people of South Ribble. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We now come to another maiden speech. Gideon Amos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to give my maiden speech, and in doing so, may I congratulate you on your position, Mr. Speaker, and the Right Honourable Lady on her position on the front bench opposite on their positions. It's a privilege and a pleasure to follow the maiden speeches we've just heard from the Honourable Member for Hertford and Stortford, who, along with my honourable friend, the member for Eastbourne, helps to increase the Josh quotient significantly in the House. And if I can contribute nothing else, Mr. Speaker, I clearly increased the Gideon quotient by a massive number of one new Member of Parliament in this House. I'd also like to thank the member for South Ribble. His public service has clearly been enduring, and he has my congratulations on that in his past already. It will be a hard act to follow those speeches, Mr. Speaker, but I do have the advantage of representing Taunton and Wellington, so it shouldn't be a problem too hard to solve. I want to give credit to the former member for Taunton Dean, the Conservative Rebecca Powell. Her enthusiasm for gardening and wildlife is, I'm sure, something that she'll continue to contribute to. And she was, of course, Minister for Water and for our rivers. And being partial to a dip in the river myself from time to time, I was pleased, Mr. Speaker, to successfully apply for bathing water status for a stretch of the Tone in Taunton to get the improvement in water quality that we desperately need in our rivers down in Taunton. The River Tone, the silver thread which joins Wellington to Taunton to the levels close to where the famous cakes were burned by near to the King Alfred Inn at Boroughbridge. I'd also like to pay tribute to the Liberal Democrat MP Jeremy Brown, Member of Parliament for Taunton Dean from 2005 to 2015, who served as both a Home Office and a Foreign Office Minister, and who remains incredibly well-liked in the constituency. The first member in this House to propose a new railway station for Wellington, and I'm delighted to have had the Chancellor's assurance in the previous debate, Madam Deputy Speaker, that that project will be going ahead. I'm in fact the 8th Liberal to represent Taunton in Parliament, and since some guy named Disraeli was defeated by the first one in the general election of 1835, and of course nothing further was heard of him at all, and at least not in Taunton. Taunton's parliamentary tradition, Madam Deputy Speaker, is indeed very deep-rooted. As a county town, with its castle, today proudly housing the Castle Hotel and the superb Museum of Somerset, supported by our dynamic town council, the parliamentarians held out after siege after siege after siege. Today, Madam Deputy Speaker, the hard work of so many people at the Brewhouse Theatre, the Sun Symphonia, Bluebirds Theatre, the Tacky Morris, the Willows and Wetlands Centre, the Creative Innovation Centre, the Arts Taunton, Go Create, groups like Amici and Voce, together with the Bradford Players. I have many more. The Thespians at 2K, and in Wellington, the Arts Centre, the Wellesley Theatre, the Operatic Society, the Gaumont Theatre, which once played host to the Beatles and the Rolling Stones, which is now home to the Bingo, all come together to mean that, Madam Deputy Speaker, not only do we have a Mecca, our area is a cultural Mecca from which people come from far and wide. And then, of course, there's a magnificent Somerset County ground, graced by the towers of St James and the Minster, where I married Caroline just 28 very short years ago, who, along with our children, Emily, Fraser, Fenna and Felix, I can only thank from the bottom of my heart for their support. Our schools from Northtown and Minerva to Bishop Fox's Courtfields, Castle Perland, Selworthy and Monkton Wood feed into our nationally renowned Richard Hewish College, BTC University Centre Somerset, and University Centre Somerset now offering degrees like nursing in support of the superb staff at Musgrove Park Hospital, for which funding is urgently needed for the new maternity unit, where buckets are currently used to catch the rain in the corridors in a building built for the US Army as a temporary building in 1940. Similarly, King's, Queen's, Taunton and Wellington independent schools also make a massive contribution to our area's local economy. And we have a really successful home education community too, one which inspires an innovative generation of young people. And to all our area's children, I say be yourself. If you're named Gideon, for example, there's no need to change your name to get elected to Parliament. And something I once discussed, or tried to discuss, with the former honourable member for Taunton. But it has taken me a little time to get to this chamber, I have to confess. If I hadn't had to deliver all those Bibles to hotels, I would have got here a lot quicker. But all these institutions, Madam Deputy Speaker, together with the UK Hydrographic Office, make Taunton the ideal location for new research and innovation entrepreneurs. Only 104 minutes from Paddington, and to all of them I say, come and enjoy the amazing quality of life we offer. And when they come to Taunton, they'll find we have a ticket office at the station which is still working. And I was amazed to hear the honourable lady from the Conservatives benches apparently still advocating the closure of ticket offices, a policy with which all I can say is good luck, Madam Deputy Speaker. And to encourage people coming to Wellington as well, I look forward to working hard on the Wellington Station project, which I mentioned earlier, and I invite the Right Honourable Lady, the Minister, the Secretary of State, or indeed the Rail Minister, to visit the project. And on their visit, I hope they will enjoy a glass of famous Sheppies or Taunton cider, or to pronounce it correctly for Hansard, Zoider, at perhaps the Ring of Bells, or the Green Dragon, or the Pump House at Tonedale, in a Rocket and Bird glass, or with some Summerdale cheese, perhaps in some Bumble's relish, followed by a meal at Goody and Geeky, Millier and Taj, the Little Wine Shop, or Augustus. Ideal for planning visits to key organisations in the constituency, like WPA or Pritex, or indeed to 40 Commando Royal Marines at Norton Manor Camp, in support of which I was delighted, with the help of former Royal Marine Paddy Ashdown, to raise an ultimately successful petition to reverse and to gain a U-turn on the previous government's proposal, shockingly, to close down the entire facility. My honourable friend, the member for Tewkesbury, the other day, in his maiden speech, drew attention to the huge sacrifice that previous generations made, Madam Deputy Speaker, so that we're all free to sit in this chamber today. My own service in Territorial Army was pretty minimal. But my parents, FJC, Jim Amos, CBE, and my mother, Geraldine Amos, MBE, both served in World War II, following both their fathers who served in the trenches, and I remember discussing it with them all. So growing up, you won't be surprised to hear the atmosphere and the memories of war loomed large in the discussions around the meal tables. And isn't it, Madam Deputy Speaker, that generation's courage and bravery, not only in rebuilding Britain, but in defeating fascism in the first place, that demands our respect and demands that we do everything we can to defend the liberal and democratic values that makes this country so great. And can I also say, surely their bravery demands that we always, from all sides of this House, always say no to those who would stir up division, despair and hatred for nothing more than to get votes because they have nothing positive to offer people instead. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's the greatest privilege of my life to serve the residents of Taunton and Wellington. From Hatch Beecham, Helen and North Curry in the east, to Whiteball, West Buckland and Sandford's Moor and Arundel in the west, and from Bishopswood, Churchingford and Stoke St Mary in the south, to Pickney, West Monkton and Kingston St Mary in the north, in this House today. I'm here to do one thing, work for them and to stand up for them to those in power whenever that's the right thing to do. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to begin that duty today.
Kevin Bonavia to make his maiden speech.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and congratulations on your own election. I'd also like to congratulate the Honourable Member from Taunton and Wellington for his excellent speech. Today is my first opportunity to speak on behalf of the people who have sent me to this House, the residents of the tremendous town of Stevenage and the vibrant villages of Nebworth, Codicott, Datchworth and Aston. It is such a special honour and responsibility to represent the place that I am proud to call home. Stevenage itself is a trailblazer town, the UK's very first new town, created by the transformative Labour government of 1945 to deal with the last great housing emergency after the Second World War. It was built around the old town of Stevenage, which made its name many centuries ago as the first staging post on the Great North Road from London to Edinburgh. It is also a town ringed by beautiful villages, including Nebworth, the site of many great world-famous music festivals over recent years. I'd like to record my thanks to my immediate predecessor, Stephen McPartland. I'm not sure how much I have in common with him, apart from our shared birthday and our height, or lack of. But what I do know is that when he cared deeply about a matter, he was a tenacious advocate for it, including notably being a champion of those affected by the cladding crisis following the awful Grenfell fire. I'm also mindful that Stevenage has been represented by two amazing women Labour MPs. The first was the redoubtable Shirley Williams, who represented Stevenage up until 1979. In her own maiden speech of 1964, she described Stevenage as a microcosm of modern Britain. That was at a time when the new town of Stevenage was being built, providing the new homes and jobs that attracted people of all backgrounds to start new lives and families there. Our town was, is, and always will be a town of aspiration. Stevenage makes a leading contribution to health and security around the world, whether that's our internationally renowned hub for life sciences, with GlaxoSmithKline being the town's biggest employer, and the brand new Autolus facility manufacturing T-cell therapies for cancer, or our indomitable defence industry, with MBDA manufacturing the Storm Shadow missiles, which I am deeply proud are being provided by this country to Ukraine to fight back against Vladimir Putin's horrific invasion. And Airbus's Defence and Space UK headquarters, which provides a quarter of all satellites used in space. They say the sky's the limit. We in Stevenage like to travel that little bit further. Yet to be at the forefront of modernity, you need to empower people with the ambition, the vision and the skills to make it happen. This was something the next Labour MP for Stevenage, Barbara Follett, championed formidably.
In her own maiden speech in 1997, she noted the need to equip more young people to take on the skilled careers that would be possible with the high-tech employers in Stevenage. She was then part of the Labour government that placed education at the heart of its programme from early years right through to advanced qualifications. Now the challenge in Stevenage, as across so much of the country, is to ensure that there are homes in which people can grow up, work hard and grow old with dignity. It is a painful irony that the original residents of our new town now watch as their children and grandchildren face down the lost dream of home ownership or even renting a home. That's why I'm so pleased that a priority for this Labour government is to build many more new homes to meet this housing emergency, including new towns just like Stevenage. And I'm delighted that another Labour woman from Stevenage, Baroness Sharon Taylor, is a housing minister in the other place. Yeah. I'm looking forward to working with her and others in our new government to help build the homes that Stevenage and our country so desperately need. So I'm proud of the legacy of Labour women from Stevenage. It was pointed out to me recently that I'm the first male Labour MP for Stevenage. I've looked into that, and it turns out I'm not. That first goes to Philip Astley-Jones, elected in 1945. He deserves to be remembered for championing the building of Stevenage New Town despite many misgivings at the time. I then thought I might be another first. One of the reactions to my election, which I had not been expecting, came from the country of my birth, Malta, where it has been proclaimed that I am the first Maltese-born member of this House. I've looked into that one too, and again there was another first. Gerald Strickland, the member for Lancaster in the 1920s, and subsequently Prime Minister of Malta. I can confirm I have no plans to follow his career path. But I think the point in life is that being the first is not as important as acknowledging how you achieve your dreams and ambitions. Not alone, but thanks to the support of others. My mum and dad moved to this country from Malta when I was an 8-year-old boy. They worked so hard so that my brother and I could wish for nothing. I was also lucky to have teachers who believed in me so I could believe in myself. From a young age, my mum and dad instilled in me that if you see a problem, you roll up your sleeves and you fix it. Since then, I've done just that. I've worked as a solicitor, getting justice for victims of the phone hacking scandal. I also served for over a decade as a counsellor and an armed forces champion, helping residents with their problems and focusing on the needs of veterans. And as someone who came to this country as a little boy, I've also campaigned for the welfare of child refugees who have never had the luck and support that I had. Yeah. It is that instinctive drive to serve and make a difference to people's lives that brought me to Stevenage, the town of aspiration. So as I talk about championing the needs of residents, I want to touch on the topic of today's debate, a topic that matters a great deal to my constituents. I'm delighted that the very first bill of this new government is to improve our railways by establishing Great British Railways and bringing train operators into public ownership. Yeah. Residents in Stevenage and our villages are strivers. They work hard to build a better life for themselves and their families. Key to that is a properly integrated rail network that is affordable, on time and accessible. Alongside my strong support for this bill, I'll be lobbying for the restoration of the Nebworth Express to bring back a fast train in and out of London to Nebworth Station. Just because you live in a village, it doesn't mean you have any less aspiration to succeed as those who live in towns. And I'll work hard to ensure accessibility in Stevenage Station is a priority, from ensuring a full-time working lift to securing the future of the ticket office. So as I start the work in my constituency of returning the role of MP to its founding purpose, public service, I also stand ready to support our new government in delivering on the change that our country needs. I ask the new government just one thing. Look back to the great reforming agendas of the Labour governments in 1945, in 1964 and in 1997. That built our new town, revolutionised the life prospects of a generation and transformed our public services. Aspiration was their watchword, and aspiration has remained the very essence of towns like Stevenage ever since. Now look to the present day in 2024. Let us recapture the imagination, innovation and vision that our predecessors showed and carry it forward to transform the lives of this generation and the generations to come. Thank you.
Sean Berry.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Thanks also to all of the members giving their maiden speeches just now. It was really moving to hear all of you, and particularly the member for Hertford and Stortford. I'm making a note of everybody who mentions youth services, and you did some very good advocacy there. You're on my list. Sorry, the member is on my list. Pardon me, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to start my speech on this bill by saying how genuinely great it is to be standing here speaking on my first bill in this House and to be speaking on this bill, a bill that will make it law to bring passenger railway services back into public hands. The fact that this measure has made it through the dramatic sift of Labour policy that took place before the election, and that it is among the first most urgent pieces of new legislation we're looking at here, I believe in no small way is due to the Secretary of State's own commitment to this policy and her dedicated internal advocacy for it. I do wish that more of her colleagues had been so willing and determined to push for similar bills, bringing other privatised services like the water and the big six energy companies into public hands too, but that doesn't diminish my delight this evening. I also mentioned recently to the Secretary of State how much I was looking forward to scrutinising and helping to improve, where needed, other upcoming bills under her remit, including the buses bill and the more detailed railways bill. This is all great work. Now, as far as the key principle in the bill is concerned, you'll have noticed that public ownership is popular with me and it's popular with the people. In 2024, this principle is supported for the railways by 76% of the public, support that's risen over time steadily since about a decade ago. It was even backed before the election by 60% of the people intending to vote Conservative. And of course, bringing the railways back into public hands has been something in my own party's programme for as long as I can remember. The issue is also something close to my constituents' hearts in Brighton Pavilion. For my constituents, the legacy of the failed policy of privatisation is one of poor services, inefficiencies and very high costs for passengers. It currently costs my constituents in Brighton Pavilion the best part of £6,000 for an annual season ticket for travel between Brighton and London. And this has risen by around 40% in the last 10 years, far more than wages in Brighton have risen. In the face of service cuts and failure to invest, passengers have also had to form local pressure groups, like the Preston Park Train Campaign, in order to save services. And in so many stations, understaffing and disabled access remains dreadful, creating appalling discrimination for passengers. And don't get me started on toilet provision. However, I am not just here to praise this bill or celebrate the principle. I do have some questions and comments, all to be constructively taken, I hope. The bill is very short and very simple, and I wonder if it could benefit from some additional detail and a wider scope. I'll keep my comments very brief at this stage, but on each of these points, I would very much welcome in this debate some more detail on the Secretary of State's thinking on how to deal with these issues. And I would also like to request a meeting with her before the Committee of the Whole House that's planned to discuss them. So, firstly, I want to talk about the exceptions to this bill. It would appear from the information I have that this bill would not serve to bring into public ownership the regional services currently led by concession contracts, including the Elizabeth Line, Merseyrail and London Overground, or any of the services on open access routes, including Eurostar, Grand Central, Heathrow Express, Hull Trains and Lumo. Now, for passengers who use these services, hearing the government's promise to bring private operators into public hands and then hearing about a service they use be excluded will be a disappointment, and I hope we'll be hearing more soon about how these gaps will be filled. Also out of scope, as indicated by the title of the bill, are rail freight services. Again, I believe that the public might have expected these private operators to be among the first for action, especially when getting freight off the roads and onto rail has so many benefits for road danger, congestion and climate emissions. Another exception from this bill to bring passenger railways back into public hands are the rolling stock companies. Quite honestly, not something most members of the public have much awareness of, but the rolling stock we travel in is another public asset, worthy of public investment, which should not be held merely for private rent and profit by companies who add no real value to the service. At the very least, this bill could have included a prohibition on new arrangements of this kind. And finally, I feel there is a potential gap in the government's plans around rail devolution. I can see that the definition of a public sector company within the text of the bill only allows for franchises to pass to companies wholly owned by the Secretary of State and her counterparts in Wales and Scotland, but not for ownership by other elected bodies whose remit currently or in future might include managing transport in an integrated way within an area of the country. So I'm very interested in exploring further with the Secretary of State her thinking on this, since a green principle that is close to my heart is subsidiarity, making sure ownership and power are devolved to the lowest and most practical level. In the case of integrated multimodal transport planning and investment, particularly for day-to-day travel, this best level is often a regional or sub-regional travel to work area. It is at this level of planning where sustainable travel across different modes can be linked up in a responsive network with convenient interchanges, rational timetables and shared ticketing across modes. It is at this level where profitable commuter routes on a railway might directly help cut car dependency in isolated villages by subsidising essential connectivity by bus, for example. And this kind of transport planning is also best done alongside and in tandem with planning for new homes and businesses, where the right scale is also a regional or sub-regional area, working with the involvement of local authorities, local people and workplaces. So like many people, I'm slightly concerned at the centralising tendency we can detect in a range of recent actions from the leadership within our new government. And I hope this won't also dominate the transport and planning policies we see in this House. And therefore, if the Right Honourable Lady will agree to meet with me as requested, I'm very interested in hearing more about how she expects the upcoming devolution bill will interact with this and the Future Railways Bill in terms of her plans for just how centralised the future planning, management and ownership of transport as a whole will be. Now, admittedly, the places in England where this kind of evolution applies and where the rail franchises might sensibly pass to companies owned by cities and regions in the near future are currently quite few. But when you've got franchises serving nearby metro mayor areas like TransPennine Express and Northern, which are already under the wing of the Department for Transport, and when the Mayor of London already has his sights firmly set on taking over specific services, and when, as I hope, there might be greater devolution of powers to combined authorities and areas in the South East region and Sussex, where I now represent many people dependent on rail services, it does seem strange to put forward a bill that would appear to need amendment to rule this exciting prospect in. And when the government is about to give more powers to local authorities to run buses, not helping them to also work together to run suitable railways also seems strange. So could the Secretary of State also address what plans there are to better link up railways and bus services in her closing remarks, and also discuss that with me before the next stage? So that's all my comments and questions. I'm obviously very much looking forward to the future here. I'm looking to help build the best future we can from this new and refreshing approach of public ownership. So I want to reiterate again how pleased I am to be making such a speech, rather than one that bitterly complains about a government that has completely the wrong idea. And I hope my questions and cautions will be taken in that spirit. Thank you very much, and thank you again, Madam Deputy Speaker.
John Pearce to make his maiden speech.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and congratulations on your elevation. I'd also like to congratulate all of the other maiden speeches today, particularly the member for Stevenage who immediately precedes me. Stevenage are very lucky to have such a fine advocate as their representative. An impossible act to follow, perhaps like Kula Shaker coming on after Oasis in 1996, but I will do my best, Madam Speaker. Deputy Madam Speaker, I can assure you I'll be brief, because the best advice I had when prepping for this was from a good friend who said to me, no matter how good the speech is, no one has ever said, I wish that had been longer. Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak on my maiden speech on such an important bill, both for the people in my constituency, High Peak, for the country and for me personally. Madam Deputy Speaker, when I was young, my father worked on British Rail as a storeman. The stores were vast warehouses teeming with workers in train manufacturing and maintenance. The privatisation of Britain's railways by John Major's government resulted in thousands of job losses. Between 1990 and 1997, the number of rail workers in this country decreased from 250,000 to 130,000. Those aren't just numbers, Deputy Madam Speaker. They are real lives, like those of my dad's friends and his workmates. The fear that my dad would be next and what that would mean for my family was an unwelcome guest that lingered far too long in our house. Childhood experiences like that never leave you. The dignity and opportunity of a secure, well-paid job must be the foundation upon which we deliver the economic growth High Peak and Britain needs. I look forward to using my experience as an employment lawyer to help us deliver a new deal for working people. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, was the pain and the sacrifices made by the families affected by the privatisation of our railways worth it? Did privatisation deliver the competition, the greater efficiencies and the better railway services it promised? The commuters in Glossop, New Mills, Whaley Bridge, Chapel and Buxton will tell you with barely a dissenting voice, no. Frequent delays, cancellations, overcrowding have become the norm, whilst rail fares have increased by over 40% in real terms, meaning passengers in Britain face the highest fares, some of the highest fares in Europe. Madam Deputy Speaker, rail privatisation means pay more, get less. There is research that suggests that for every £1 invested in public transport, it generates £4 in economic benefits. Well, since privatisation, too many of those pounds have been going into shareholder pockets and not into improving services for passengers. In 2002-2003 alone, the rolling stock companies paid out over £400 million to their shareholders. This injustice is not fair on my constituents in High Peak, and it is holding back our economy. Madam Deputy Speaker, High Peak should be the best place to live in the country. We have strong communities, a rich history of tourism dating back 2,000 years to when the Romans developed the first spa around the warm water spring that still bubbles under Buxton to this day. A rich history in the arts, being home to both Vivian Westwood and Hilary Mantel. And a rich history in delivering access to nature, being the setting for the mass trespass and also Britain's first national park, the Peak District. High Peak is the most beautiful constituency in the country. I'm censoring maybe a few murmurings, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've read my brief. I respect the importance of being accurate. So whilst writing this speech, I did put down my pen and I took a moment to gaze out of my window. The vista of Hope Valley in the foreground and the majesty of the Tors beyond, I feel comfortable in reaffirming that High Peak is truly without equal. Sadly, despite our beauty, that's High Peak's beauty, not my own, we are all too often overlooked. At the northernmost point of Derbyshire, not quite in Greater Manchester, just on the edge of South Yorkshire, we have been no one's priority for too long. We'll know more, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's high time High Peak got its fair share. Our fair share of economic growth, our fair share of better public services and our fair share of investment. Integrated transport through Great British Railways, taking back control of our buses and building the Morton bypass, the latter of which I would like to commend my predecessor Robert Logan for championing, has the potential to be the catalyst, moving High Peak from the edge of everywhere to the economic centre, connecting two core northern cities in Manchester and in Sheffield. This is how we will deliver High Peak its future back, attract business investment, encourage tourism and restore pride in our towns again. And that future starts where my story began, with the railways back in public ownership.
I call Claire Young to make a maiden speech.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for this opportunity to make my maiden speech, and may I congratulate you on your recent election. I'd also like to congratulate all those who've made maiden speeches today, in particular the Honourable Member for High Peak, who spoke so passionately about both the beauty of his constituency and his childhood experiences, which he brings to this House. I am honoured to have been elected by the people of Thornbury and Yate to be their voice and champion here in Parliament. Ours is a beautiful and hugely varied rural constituency, with the towns of Thornbury, Yate and Chipping Sodbury, and many villages stretching from Hill, Faversham and Sheffield in the north to Bridgate, Syston and Wick in the south. To the east is the Cotswold Escarpment, part of a designated national park landscape. To the west is the Severn Estuary, a Ramscar wetland of international importance and formerly home to the Ost Ferry, made famous by Bob Dylan. There is much worth visiting locally, from historic attractions such as Dereham Park and Acton Court to the more modern. Bristol Zoo Project carries out important international conservation work, while not far away, and I hesitate to mention this when my leader, the Right Honourable Member for Kingston and Surbiton, might be listening, there is an artificial inland surfing lake called the Wave. There is a real history of innovation locally, although sadly my own parish of Frampton Cotterell's claim to the invention of a Stetson hat appears to be little more than an urban legend. However, we can be proud that the pioneer of vaccination, Edward Jenner, started his medical training in Chipping Sodbury. Nowadays, many of my constituents work in cutting-edge industries in our region, such as aerospace. With a background in maths and software engineering myself, I take a keen interest in seeing those industries flourish and want to ensure our young people can benefit from the opportunities they bring. But my constituency is, of course, more than its landscapes and history. It is about the people who live there and their fantastic community spirit. I saw it in my own village during the pandemic, when hundreds of volunteers rallied to help others. Whether it's the Big Lunch in Chipping Sodbury, the Yate Aging Better Festival, Thornbury Carnival, or any of a myriad other events and groups, they all contribute to making the constituency a wonderful place to live. Now I'd like to thank my predecessor, Luke Hall, who served Thornbury and Yate for 9 years, during which time he championed neonatal care leave and held posts in the departments for education and for housing, communities and local government. I wish him and his family all the best for the future. I also thank his predecessor, the former Pensions Minister, Sir Steve Webb, who has been a great source of wisdom for me and who is fondly remembered by many constituents. He set a very high bar for all his successors that I will do my best to meet. And while I am thanking people, I would like to put on record my gratitude to Councillor Maggie Tyrrell, who has recently succeeded me as the leader of South Gloucestershire Council. I know that the council is in safe hands as I bring that experience to this place. Turning to the topic of this debate, I'm grateful for the opportunity to make this speech in this important debate, because if we're to tackle the climate crisis and cut congestion on our roads, then we must get rail services back on track to give people genuine alternatives to get around effectively. There are currently 3 railway stations in my constituency. Yate Station was reopened in the 1980s, and we desperately need the proposed redevelopment to get underway. I will also be seeking to ensure the funding for half-hourly services is extended beyond the current end date of 2026. This will not only benefit Yate, but also provide an hourly train for the new station, which is planned at Sheffield. The station at Pilning is a parliamentary station, with just one train running a week to avoid formally closing it. Its location near the growing industrial area of Sevenside means that, if properly reopened, it is prime place to help the many people who travel from South Wales to work to make the trip without a car. The third station is Severn Beach. Once a seaside resort, the line now serves commuters. However, commuters can be left disappointed by flooding on the line, as well as the fact the service is not more frequent. Rail campaigners are also keen to see other stations reopened, such as Colport Heath and Thornbury. But for this to be possible, we need national investment in Westleigh Junction to increase capacity and unlock this potential. I hope the Secretary of State will commit to making this part of the integrated infrastructure review that was referenced earlier. As my honourable friend, the member for Bath, said, ultimately passengers aren't interested in who runs the trains. They simply want them to run on time and for the tickets to be affordable. Given the continued squeeze on people's finances, I believe we need an immediate freeze on rail fares, and our fragmented ticketing system needs simplifying to cut costs for commuters. We also need to think about the integration with other forms of public transport. In my constituency, we have seen serious cutbacks to local bus services, with many villages left with no regular buses at all. My aim in this place will be to champion the rights of people to have affordable and green methods of transport, whether they live in rural or urban areas. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, I promise to work tirelessly for my constituents, not only on fixing our railways, but on other issues too, such as the fact our schools are amongst the lowest funded in the country, and it's almost impossible to register with an NHS dentist locally. I look forward to working constructively with honourable and right honourable members across the House to address these problems and ensure the people of Thornbury and Yate get the fair deal that they deserve. Thank you.
Gurinder Josan to make his maiden speech.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for calling me to make my maiden speech in this august chamber. And can I join other honourable members in welcoming you to your place and also our ministerial team and the shadow ministerial team to their places as well. I want to thank and congratulate all the honourable members who have made their maiden speeches today. We've had some excellent contributions, particularly want to thank the maiden speech we've just heard. The honourable member described the constituency so eloquently, it makes one want to visit. But obviously, those who know me will know that a visit by me will be accompanied with a Labour Party campaign session.
Yeah, good one too. Come and see us.
So, Madam Deputy Speaker, can I also please take the opportunity through you to thank all the staff across the parliamentary estate who have worked incredibly hard and always courteously to help me, and I'm sure many other honourable members, to establish ourselves in this place. I also want to take the opportunity to thank the voters of Smethwick who entrusted me with the honour and responsibility to be their elected Member of Parliament. It is indeed a great honour to stand here today, and I give the voters my word that I will work to repay their trust to the best of my abilities. Of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would not be here without the support of my family. My grandfathers, Barn Singh and Niranjan Singh, arrived in the UK in 1956 and 1957 and carried out manual jobs in foundries and brickworks respectively. They came with hope for a better life for them and their family, but they also came with a strong belief that with hard work they would be able to afford a better life in Great Britain. My father, Swan Singh Josan, was 10 years old when he arrived in Smethwick in 1958. He had most of his education here. He went on to work as an engineer for the post office, which went on to become British Telecom. Alongside this, he and my mum, my uncle, in 1975 established a family business, a hardware store and a plumber's merchant on the High Street in Smethwick. My brothers continue to run that plumber's merchant business today. My father was also active in his trade union and the Labour Party and was elected to Sandwell Council in 1986 and subsequently 3 times. Unfortunately, he passed away in 1999 when he was Cabinet Member for Housing in Sandwell. Being in this place was always his dream, and I believe he will be proud of this achievement now. Yeah. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is a convention of the House to speak in good terms about one predecessor. My predecessor is the Right Honourable John Spelett, and those who know him will know two things. Firstly, it does not require convention for me to speak well of him. That's right. Yeah. And secondly, bearing in mind his phone ringtone is the Godfather theme tune, this is a convention I dare not ignore. John was first elected to this House in a by-election in 1982 in Birmingham Northfield. He was then elected as the Member of Parliament for Whalley West in 1992 and for Whalley in 1997. In total, John has given over 32 years service to this House, during which he has served in ministerial and shadow ministerial roles. In addition, he has given stalwart service to the people who he is elected to represent, and is always treated fondly across the whole constituency. John has also played a considerable role over all those years in working to keep the Labour Party in the centre ground, the ground where elections are won and lives can be changed for the better. That's right. He leaves me with incredibly big shoes to fill, and I'm delighted he's being elevated to the other place. Smethwick is a name that existed for the constituency between 1918 and 1997 and was brought back for my constituency following the recent boundary changes. So it now consists of the former Whalley constituency and most of the Blackheath ward. The constituency includes the Baggies, the West Bromwich Albion football ground. It is an extremely diverse place with a relatively young demographic and significant BAME community, particularly from the Muslim and Sikh background. Smethwick was mentioned in the Doomsday Book. Its people are a proud people, particularly proud about industrial heritage. One example is the Smethwick is the location of the Soho Foundry, created by Matthew Bolton and James Watt in 1775, and where the oldest working steam engine in the world was built. Historically, in addition to my predecessors, Smethwick also saw Christabel Pankhurst standing in the 1918 general election just after women were given the vote. Oswald Mosley was MP here between 1926 and 1929. Smethwick also had the shortest serving MP ever elected. Alfred Dobbs was elected in the 1945 general election. However, he was killed in a car accident on his way to Westminster the day after the election. So being aware of this record, I waited 3 days after the election before driving extra. However, perhaps the most infamous previous MP for this seat was Peter Griffiths, who was a Tory party candidate who was elected in 1964 after running a disgraceful and nakedly racist campaign with a disgusting slogan, which I will not repeat as it uses the racist N-word. The election and racial tensions at the time also prompted a visit by Malcolm X to the constituency a few months later, and just about a week before Malcolm X himself was killed. Thankfully, Peter Griffith's term was brought to an end by Andrew Fold defeating him in the 1966 general election. Smethwick was undergoing huge changes at the time, and in 1967 saw the appointment of the first black head teacher in the UK, Tony O'Connor, at Bearwood Primary School. This general election, Madam Speaker, was about change. And after 14 years, the British people have voted for change and given a huge mandate to Sir Keir Starmer and the Labour Party. And the recent King's speech contained bills that will bring huge change to the country, our public services, and the lives of the people we represent. The Prime Minister should be sure that his programme has my full support. Amongst those bills, the rail bill we are discussing today is one which will bring much needed change on our railways. The provisions of this bill bringing franchises in public control, and all the other provisions we're talking about, setting up Great British Railways, are ones that were widely discussed and understood by voters during the recent general election. It is very clear that voters support the changes proposed in this bill. Yeah. For me, it was also about change across our communities. And one example of that change in Smethwick is that 60 years after that disgraceful racist campaign, I, a child and grandchild of immigrants, can be elected to this house. Yeah. And that change is the result of many, many people across Smethwick and Sandwell working hard to build relationships and understanding across all communities and ensuring we deliver on the aspirations of all our people. Yeah. Smethwick is an incredibly diverse yet harmonious place. It's my community. And when I say it's my community, by that I mean it's the street I live on, it's the park opposite, it's the church on Churchill Street, it's the Jamia Mosque on Oldby Road, the Bangladeshi Mosque in North Smethwick, the Somali Community Centre, the Smethwick Azra, SAF's Caring Family Support, St Albans Community Centre, Buds, the Royal British Legion branches and clubs, Brushstrokes, Brandall Labour Club, the schools where I'm a governor, the Gurdwaras where I pray, the High Street where I worked, and so much more. That's my community. Yet in Smethwick we also have our challenges, and some of those spilt out during the election, as they did in other places too. This election has seen the rise of smaller parties and independents, including those driven by foreign policy issues, and others such as the Reform Party. Now, I'm chair of trustees at Hope Not Hate Charitable Trust, and I see how hate and aggression increasingly define our public discourse, particularly online, on online platforms, but also in person more and more as well. It is the responsibility of all of us to challenge and address this, and to ensure kindness is the basis of all we do. Yeah. And I say to those who didn't vote for me in Smethwick, I am still your Member of Parliament, and I still want to talk to you about the issues that concern you. Yeah. Many members and I have referred to being in this place as being the honour of our lives. So over the weekend, I thought about that, and I questioned, why do we say that? And there's some things that came to my mind. Is, you know, people have voted for us. They've actually gone out there and put a cross by our names. They've put their trust in us. We're in the mother of all parliaments. We will be making decisions that will change this country. And all those are reasons why this is a real honour to be here. But the biggest reason why it is an honour to be in this chamber is the people. And we've heard so many excellent maiden speeches in the last couple of weeks. It signifies the strength of this chamber. And this chamber without its people is just benches, and benches don't do anything. Institutions without the people in them don't do anything. It's the people that will bring change. And the honour is being here alongside so many fantastic people. And I may disagree with people on other benches, fundamentally disagree, robustly disagree with them, but it is an honour to be here alongside every single one of you. Yeah. I've always been driven by a strong sense of humanity, fairness and justice. My upbringing and my Sikhi faith are key to my beliefs. I'm reminded by the line in Gurbani written by Guru Nanak, Hum nahi change, bura nahi koi. I am not good, no one is bad. And that draws attention to the equality of all of us, regardless of any of our attributes. A good friend in Interfaith Circles describes Sikhi in a 4-letter word, love. You see, we believe God is omnipresent, present across and within all of creation. So to love God is to love other people. It's to love, it's to love others. And for those of no faith, well, it doesn't do any harm to love others in anything. So I consider myself to be incredibly lucky. I have the incredible support of my family, my wife Harvinder, my son Pavandeep, daughter Gurgita, my mum Pavan Josan, my nephew Gagandeep, Paneerpal and Ishmeet are all here today. Yeah. I've been elected to represent a constituency that is embedded in my heart. I sit on the benches of a government that will serve the people. I know there is incredibly hard work ahead. There will be disagreements and robust words. Difficult decisions will need to be made. But I am committed to serve this House and the voters of Smethwick to the best of my ability. Thank you.
Yeah. I call Ollie Glover.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for the opportunity to speak in this debate, and can I congratulate you on your election to sit in that place. Can I also congratulate the Secretary of State for Transport and her colleagues for their appointments, and I wish them all the best. I want to, first of all, commit to the House that I will not be making any laboured or tedious comments about curly British rail sandwiches. First of all, I really welcome the fact that the new government is giving legislative time to transport at this early stage, given it's a vital policy area that is often neglected, and perhaps some would even consider it a Cinderella topic for this House. This is a positive contrast with the previous Conservative government, which presided over industrial relations chaos, utterly incomprehensible contract extensions for failing train operators such as Avanti West Coast, who many members have been plagued by, and Cross Country, and lack of any meaningful fares or industry reform. As I am one of the few members of this House who has arrived here following a career on the railway, and I'd like to pay tribute to the previous speaker, the new member for Smethwick, and commend him on his excellent speech praising the diversity of his seat, and I've had the privilege of visiting Soho Train Maintenance Depot in my previous career on the railways working in the West Midlands. I'd like to give some insights from my professional experience working for both state-owned Network Rail and private sector train operating companies. And I think it is important for everybody in this debate to remember that nearly all of the infrastructure and operation of a third of all daily train services is already publicly owned. Madam Deputy Speaker, the previous Labour government rightly took action following the safety and financial failures of private sector Railtrack in creating Network Rail in 2002, which was quickly able to tackle safety and performance issues. However, my experience of 2 stints at work at Network Rail for a total of 10 years is that as a very large publicly owned organisation, at times silo working and bureaucracy can be barriers to achieving results. Some of the issues facing Network Rail either in or near to my constituency include infrastructure reliability problems on the Great Western Main Line, severely overrunning engineering works affecting the Whately Road and many local residents in Oxford, and a very long construction process for Reading Green Park Station. I think it's important to note that being in the public sector does not inherently make everything better. In privatised train operating companies I work for, some of the main barriers to progress were not so much them being private sector as a lack of incentive to invest due to short franchise or contract terms and micromanagement by Department for Transport and Treasury. I joined London Midland in September 2013, a train operator that notionally was in the last year of its franchise. This meant that key investment decisions were deferred, such as on-train Wi-Fi, timetable improvements and car park enhancements. It felt as if I was caught in a Star Trek-style temporal paradox, since when I left London Midland in May 2017, it was still in the last year of its franchise, such was the state of lack of decisions having been made about the franchising process. It's an example of how the potential for private sector benefit to the railway has often not been realised because of the flawed approach taken to franchising rather than the nature of the private sector. There are examples of positive private sector contributions, perhaps the most significant of which is the benefit of Chiltern Railway's 20-year franchise, which saw investment in new stations at Warwick Parkway and the evergreen upgrade of the Chiltern Main Line, both of which delivered very significant passenger benefits and were genuinely heavily funded by the private sector. Had we had more long-term franchises like that, then perhaps things would be very different today. Madam Deputy Speaker, the bill being debated this evening will not tackle the issue of trains being owned privately and leased back, often at increased whole cost to operators. The current leasing arrangements can also create perverse incentives on rolling stock retention as a result of cliff edges imposed by lease durations and renewal dates. This has created shortages of capacity on a number of parts of the network in recent years, as short-term financial decisions have been taken to avoid rolling stock lease extensions. For example, on Southern with Class 455 trains and Great Northern with Class 365 trains. Government plans to leave freight and open access operators in private hands perhaps indicate inconsistency in any view that the private sector cannot deliver good services. Most seriously, the state versus private sector debate does nothing to tackle the lack of clear vision for what government wants the railway to achieve or deliver. As other speakers have said, fares continue to be complicated and often expensive. There is a lack of integrated timetables within the railway and with other transport modes, and the role of the Office and Rail and Road regulator needs examination. I'm therefore very pleased that the new government has further plans which will hopefully address these areas, and I implore them to move beyond the public versus private debate and focus on what current and prospective rail users need. Doing so will be crucial to achieving a real focus on customer service, which is needed to grow patronage and achieve modal shift, and so the railway can thrive as part of a wider, sustainable and efficient transport system. Thank you.
I call Lawrence Turner to make his maiden speech.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and congratulations on your election. And it's a privilege to follow so many excellent maiden speeches this evening from Hertford and Stortford, South Ribble, Stevenage, Smethwick, High Peak, Thornbury and Yate, Taunton and Wellington, Brighton Pavilion, and I apologise if I have missed any, but they were a tribute to the wealth of talent and experience that there is in this Parliament. I'm grateful as well to have the opportunity to make my first speech in support of this bill, which lays the way, hopefully a permanent way, for better value for taxpayers and better passenger services. Madam Deputy Speaker, transport has sometimes been seen as an unfashionable department in this place, a stopping-off point for ambitious politicians on the way up and occasionally on the way down. But it is clear that this attitude is not held by this front bench or this new government. There is, however, some historical basis for that view. When Barbara Castle was appointed as Transport Minister, Hal Wilson told her, "Your job is to produce the integrated transport policy that we promised in our manifesto. I could work something out myself, given half an hour." And when Nicholas Ridley told Margaret Thatcher that he wanted to privatise the railways, she responded, "Railway privatisation will be the Waterloo of this government. Never mention the railways to me again." Down the years, honourable members on the other side of the House must have privately wished that Mrs Thatcher's view had been taken to heart by those who came after, and in fact, given the previous government's record of reclassifying Network Rail into the public sector, abandoning the traditional franchising model and nationalising a quarter of passenger services, I half expected to see Conservative members joining with Labour tonight in support of this bill. It was a privilege to work as staff in a shadow transport team during some of those long years in opposition. And may I take this opportunity to say how welcome it is to see my honourable friend, the member for Nottingham South, in her place. Yeah. She brings real expertise to the role from her time as chair of the Transport Committee, and in the shadow transport team she will be an outstanding minister, and I'm grateful for her support and guidance down the years. Yeah. Another shadow transport minister in that team was Richard Burden, my Labour predecessor for Birmingham Northfield. Richard ably represented Northfield for 27 years. He is well remembered in this House for his boundless enthusiasm for the motor industry and for his steadfast commitment to social justice, which has continued into what cannot be called a retirement, through his activism in support of better local health services and his support for the humanitarian cause in Palestine. Yeah. His support meant a lot to me during the campaign, and I'm sure that his friends on both sides of the House will extend their good wishes to him. I also want to pay tribute to my immediate predecessor. In the space of just one Parliament, Gary Sandbrook became well known locally and through the 1922 committee in the Conservative Party nationally. He and other candidates fought a campaign that was untouched by the disgraceful tactic of intimidation that was witnessed elsewhere in Birmingham and which must have no place in our public life. Yeah. I am certain that this is not the end for Gary in Birmingham politics, and I wish him well. Madam Deputy Speaker, I do apologise. To talk about Birmingham is to tell a tale of two cities. That is as true of the Northfield constituency as it is elsewhere. Pockets of relative affluence sit cheek by jowl with deprivation. The historic village centres of Kings Norton and Northfield lie a short distance from the new estates like Wheely Castle that were built to serve the needs of Birmingham's growing economy. The fortunes of the constituency rise and fall with Birmingham, but the seat is also defined by its outer estates, New Frankley, Rubery and Allen's Cross, which are distant and distinct from the city centre. All these communities face common challenges, including crime and antisocial behaviour and a decline of the traditional high street. They have been hit hard by cuts to neighbourhood policing and by the decision last year to not proceed with the regeneration of Northfield's High Street. Madam Deputy Speaker, there is much to do. For most of the constituency's history, it was best known for the Longbridge car plant, which also drew in workers from the surrounding areas of Westheath and Rednall and beyond. And for 100 years, Longbridge paid handsomely into the national purse, and it was essential to our defence in times of crisis. During the Second World War, Longbridge and its shadow factories produced many of the armaments and aircraft that kept our nation free. And if the House will excuse the diversion, I'm reminded at this point of my granddad's story, often repeated with pride to us as children, about his time stationed at the air defences at Billesley Common when he almost fired a rocket at an encroaching German plane. The site that began as the Austin Works was an important part of our national life. At its peak, it employed some 25,000 people. Modern models from the Austin 7 to the Metro became part of our shared culture. It is hard to believe that next year will mark the 20th anniversary of Longbridge's closure. Madam Deputy Speaker, that occasion must be marked appropriately in Birmingham and in Parliament. The site is now home to an ambitious redevelopment project, and importantly, some manufacturing jobs are returning. But if you travel just a short distance, then the scars of that closure are still plain to see. The male employment rate remains a staggering 10 points lower than in Birmingham as a whole. And shamefully, average monthly wages are £300 lower in the constituency than they were in 2010 after inflation. The scourge of in-work poverty is never far away. Today, my constituents are most likely to be employed in public services. I am proud to be the son of two teachers, even if, sadly, the headquarters of the NASUWT, the teachers' union which my parents were members of for many years, is just over the border in the neighbouring constituency of Bromsgrove. There will be more to say, much more, in this Parliament about the funding and delivery of services in Birmingham. It is enough to say today that after 14 years of severe cuts, the second city is bleeding. And I welcome the statements that the new government has made about the importance of putting local government funding on a sustainable footing. The new government's plans to establish a fair pay agreement for adult social care and to reinstate the school support staff negotiating body will also make a real, material and long overdue difference to thousands of low-paid workers in the Northfield constituency, most of them women, who I was proud to help represent as an officer of the GMB union and whose skills and professionalism have been undervalued for too long.
Hear.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, if I can achieve one thing in the time I have in this place, it would be to secure improvements to special educational needs and disabilities provision or SEND. It is a cause that is close to my heart. I was one of those children. I know what it means to have to fight to avoid being defined by other people's low expectations. And I know the stigma that is the mark of attitudes that are still common and from words that I will not repeat in this place. I wish that I could say otherwise, but it never leaves you. I know too that a child's life can turn on access to an identification or a single decision about adjustments and resources, or even for want of a few encouraging words. So if I speak for a moment in anger, it is because too many children and families in Birmingham and beyond face barriers that are higher now than they were 25 years ago, in breach of the promise that life for each generation will be better than the last. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is not enough to fight for people within a failing system. We have to change it. That is one of the causes I came to Parliament to advocate for, and I welcome the commitments made by the Education Secretary and the Prime Minister on SEND in the early days of this Parliament. I would like to end by talking about family. Before me came generations of factory workers, electricians and shopkeepers, painters and polishers, cleaners and coach builders, jewellery makers and japanners, some escaping famine's shadow, who were born in Birmingham or who came to call the city their home. In the last few weeks, I have thought about those I knew and those I did not, and what they might have said if they could have seen this day. Just as the hard accumulated years of millions of working lives form the prologue to the New Deal for working people and the history that this Labour government will make. Yeah. I have thought too about public service, about the challenge of proving to be equal to the task ahead and to the hopes of the people who trusted us to represent them in this place. Madam Deputy Speaker, I hope to be.
Yeah. I call Brian Matthew to make his maiden speech.
Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you very much and congratulations on your new role. And I pass those on to the new Secretary of State. I also would like to thank all the speeches that we've heard, the new maiden speeches from, and I've got a list too because I've been working my way through it, of Hertford and Stortford, South Ribble, Stevenage, High Peak, Smethwick, and Birmingham Northfield, and of course my honourable friends Gideon, Amos and Claire Young. I welcome this debate on passenger railway services. As one of many railway users who all too often finds themselves standing up on the GWR service to London from the West Country, we need a better service, and whatever makes that happen is, to my mind, welcome, as indeed would be the opening of a new railway station at Devizes Parkway. I also welcome the statement from the Chancellor earlier today concerning the review of the Stonehenge Tunnel. As a Wiltshire councillor, I've long opposed this abomination of a scheme when other alternatives exist to solve the problem on the A303. Both because of its denial of a birthright of every person since time immemorial to see the stones as they travelled the ancient way across Salisbury Plain by car, HGV, charabanc, on horseback, on cart or by foot, and the damage it presents to the environment and indeed the loss of World Heritage status. Over the last year, I've taken part in a number of water blessings with druids, shamans, and interfaith practitioners, including Bishop Andrew of Ramsbury, in part to celebrate our sacred rivers and streams, and also to highlight the pollution threat to our waterways. One of these springs, the Blickmead, is directly threatened by the building of the Stonehenge Tunnel, and I can testify to seeing two huge pike that we witnessed circling the pool below the spring, like nature's guardians. I hope now that their future can be assured, and a new way found to protect and celebrate our beautiful planet and all the life that lives on it. With a maiden speech, it's tradition that we mention the good work of past MPs, and in my case, the wonderful new seat of Melksham and Devizes is made up of 3 former constituencies. I should mention James Gray, once of North Wiltshire, and known by some as the Minister for Vellum, for his valiant efforts to maintain the use of that material in manuscripts. And the Right Honourable Michelle Donnellan, the former Secretary of State for Science, Innovation and Technology, as well as the former MP for the old Chippenham constituency. I first met Michelle on the street in Chippenham some years ago, and shortly after she'd been first elected, and was, thanks to a Lyme disease campaigner visiting her surgery, that she realised that she was suffering from the disease herself. Her openness over this fact has helped raise the issue of Lyme disease and the importance of early diagnosis, as well as the need for more research into the long-term treatment for Lyme victims, and I commend her for this. The third former constituency to make up Melksham and Devizes is, of course, Devizes itself, and I look forward to meeting with Danny Kruger, who is, of course, still in the House as MP for East Wiltshire. I look forward to meeting with him to discuss issues of casework. Melksham and Devizes constituency stretches from my own Wiltshire Council ward of Box and Colerne across the beautiful Bybrook Valley and Isambard Kingdom Brunel's iconic Box Tunnel, all the way to Devizes via Bradford-on-Avon and Melksham itself, and some of the prettiest villages in England, including Steeple Ashton, Urchfont, the Lavingtons, Siân and Bishop's Cannings, to name but a few. Despite the beauty of the place, these communities face the same problems as much of the rest of the country. I've already reached out to the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care to see that the NHS issues of my constituency are dealt with, including the plight of the GPs of the Three Shires group of rural surgeries, who've had to take a 2-month salary break to keep their surgeries solvent. In Melksham, there are calls for the return of basic service at their hospital, and across the constituency, NHS dental services are in freefall, with people wondering how they're going to be able to afford the cost of basic treatment. I want to end by reflecting on the words of the late Joe Cox, who famously said, "There is more that unites us than divides us." There is also more that we can do to achieve across party by working together on issues such as health and social care, and indeed social housing provision. And I look forward in this Parliament to doing just this, not just with members of all parties in this place, but also with councillors of all parties across my own constituency. Thank you very much.
I call Rachel Hopkins.
Thank you, Speaker. And may I first congratulate all those making maiden speeches this evening, especially my honourable friends from Hertford and Stortford and from Stevenage as fellow Eastern Region MPs who I've campaigned long and hard with. It's a delight to see you here in the chamber. It's a pleasure to speak in this important debate and express my full support for the bill. And I welcome the ministerial team who are taking this forward as one of the early bills of a Labour government. For too long, my constituents in Luton South and South Bedfordshire have paid high fares in exchange for unreliable train services and crumbling infrastructure. Having commuted all my working life, nearly 30 years now, I've experienced firsthand the effects of 3 decades of a fragmented, failing, privatised system. Under the Tories, fares rose almost twice as fast as wages and cancellations soared to record levels, while failing train company executives boasted of receiving free money from taxpayers. The privatisation experiment has failed. Britain's railways are broken. UK government subsidies and passenger fares have benefited not only private companies, but also foreign governments. Trains on UK railways are almost entirely owned by foreign state entities. And ironically, this means my commuting constituents are effectively subsidising rail passengers in France, Germany and Italy, as so well put out by my honourable friend, the member for Middlesbrough and Thornaby East earlier. Labour's bold and progressive plan to bring rail passenger services into public ownership, a popular policy supported by 54% of voters in May, will address and rectify these failures. And I might add, it is because we've left the EU that we now have the freedom to implement this reform without being constrained by the EU's third railway package, which requires that passenger services be opened up to international market competition and the extraction of profit that entails. Our bill will save taxpayers tens of millions of pounds annually that are currently paid out in fees to private sector operators, as demonstrated by the now publicly run LNER, which submitted a £40 million dividend to the Department of Transport in 2022. This money will be used to introduce a best price guarantee for ticketing, improve timetable coordination, reduce delays and grant automatic refunds for delays and cancellations, putting passengers back at the heart of the service. Our plan will also benefit workers across our rail system, including some of my friends who work across and are very loyal to our railways. I commend both ASLEF and the RNT trade unions for their long-standing campaigns in support of renationalising our railways and stress the importance of working closely with unions to ensure fair conditions and respect for all rail workers. And I too make reference to my declaration of interests, and I'm proud to do so. While this bill addresses passenger services, it is only the beginning of our plans. The wider Future Railways Bill will deliver route and branch reform of the railways and will be crucial for reviewing rolling stock and rail freight operations to ensure environmental considerations are made and to work towards a fully integrated rail system. And I must take the opportunity, given that we're talking about railways, to briefly highlight the state of Luton Station. Despite the long-awaited Access for All commitments for lifts to be installed, due to be started this summer, the station is not fit for purpose for the 21st century and needs full regeneration. And having campaigned on the state of Luton Station since I was first selected as an MP, with a small wins, including ensuring part of the station canopy was fixed and successfully keeping the ticket office open, I'd like to raise its full regenerations with the new ministerial team and their officials. And I'll be in touch with the new Secretary of State to raise this on behalf of my constituents. I'm very pleased that the Labour government will provide a reliable, safe, efficient, accessible and affordable transport system that supports our 5 national missions, for example, promoting greener transportation options and facilitating key workers' commutes. So to conclude, this bill marks a historic first step towards creating an integrated, publicly owned railway, an achievement that Labour can be truly proud of.
Here. Graham Leadbitter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. First of all, I'll cover off some of the speeches that have been made in by the various new members. I had the pleasure of doing my own one in the King's Speech debate, and I think we've had 9 so far this evening, so well done to everyone for doing that. I found it quite nerve-wracking the first time. This is a little bit easier the second time. I won't cover the names of all the constituencies, other people have done that, but the issues covered struck a bit of a chord with me. There was a former council leader, I'm a former council leader. The national park was mentioned, I've got a national park. New stations, I've got one of them as well. So that there were many things that were covered in there. Bob Dylan and Nebworth particularly took my fancy, being a bit of a rocker, but to bring it back to the subject at hand, 2 of the maiden speeches mentioned water quality, and I would observe that with a nationalised water company in Scotland, that we have some of the best water quality in the UK, some of the lowest number of leaks, and it is also one of the lowest cost water companies in the UK. And that ties in neatly with rail nationalisation, which I'm sure the government benches will be pleased to hear that the SNP support, having introduced it in Scotland 2 years ago, in which I think we're very rightly proud of. And I'm actually pleased to see a government in place that wants to go down that route. That to me is a very positive thing. In that 2 years, we've seen punctuality and reliability improved. ScotRail are now 4th out of the 24 franchises in performance, with a serious reduction in serious delays and cancellations. And I'm not understanding really the argument that's being given by some of those on the Conservative benches that it's not the nationalisation is not the answer. Privatisation and private profit, it might not deliver lower prices. Well, one of the big benefits that we've had in Scotland as a result of nationalisation is that we've been able to run a pilot operation of removing all peak fares right across the whole of Scotland, and that's been so successful it's now been extended, and I hope that we'll be in a position to make that a permanent feature. It's been very well received and is a demonstration of how you can drive down fares in a public ownership model. I certainly welcome, as I've said, Labour following suit with that. My understanding from colleagues in the Scottish Government is that there has been really good communication between the two governments, and that's very welcome as well. There's obviously experience there from what's happened 2 years ago and in the interim, and it wouldn't have been, I can't imagine it would have been perfect for colleagues in the Scottish Government. It was something that was done that's not been done before, essentially. So that experience I hope will be helpful and something that we can share and find common ground with. The one area I think which I would have less support, well, not less support for, but would want to raise some concerns about, and I hope it will come through in the other legislation that's been proposed. But in rolling stock companies, which have been mentioned by a couple of members already, the bill only applies at the moment to train operating companies, but the Roscoes are by far the most profitable part of the system. They generate hundreds of millions of pounds of profit for the private sector. Soaring leasing costs and private investment and high prices. It seems that the rewards have been privatised, but the risks have been put on the public purse. £1 billion in dividends was paid out during COVID, with the bulk going to jurisdictions like Luxembourg and Jersey. And that takes me back to a point that was made by the Chancellor in her statement earlier on, that she was concerned about about tax avoidance and trying to increase the amount that's taken in by HMRC. Well, there's one example there of companies that are taking huge amounts of money out of the private sector and which are paying those dividends out in other jurisdictions. And I think I'd really like to see that tackled, and I hope that can be covered in the summing up. And finally, let's lump my notes here. So the one thing I'd say about public investment as well, in Scotland we've managed to open up new lines. We've got 3 new lines in Scotland: the Borders Railway, the Leavenmouth Railway and the Alloa Railway as well. We've opened up numerous new stations, and there is a huge amount of enthusiasm, as I'm sure many members involved in this debate will know. There is very few bodies as enthusiastic as those involved in rail. I have 2 historic railways in my constituency. There are many historic railways that do offer public services and would like to continue to do so, or grow themselves into that in the future, and I think there's real opportunity there to harness that enthusiasm and energy. But we need to shift the dial on capital investment in public infrastructure, and I hope that is something that the government will tackle very rapidly, because we really need that capital to make progress.
I call up Sani Begum.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I congratulate you on your election, and also to the honourable members that have delivered their first speeches today. I thank you for calling me to speak in this important debate today on the Passenger Railway Services Bill, which is widely welcomed by rail trade unions and will ensure that train services will be brought under public ownership as private companies' existing contracts expire. Many of us have long campaigned for the renationalisation of our railway, and so today marks a hopeful turning point for our transport system. This is because time and time again, privatisation has proven to be a failed imposition which has resulted in fare increases, falling real wages, declining quality of service and time-tabling crisis after crisis. At the crux of the privatisation problem has been the pursuit of profit at the expense of the taxpayer, railway workers and passengers themselves. The negative impact of privatisation is far-reaching, as non-profitable railway lines are discounted or fares are raised above affordability or service quality compromised itself. It's no wonder, then, that distrust of the railway industry is rife and that there has been consistent long-term consensus for an integrated, publicly owned railway. And compared to privatised railways, a publicly owned railway does not need to be driven to maximise profits invariably through cuts or price hikes. Instead, a publicly owned rail enables transparent costing and sustainable funding. It means public investment in rail services and properly staffed trains and stations. It also means investing in green transport and creating green jobs that are both socially and economically sustainable. It also means, and I say this as somebody who campaigned alongside the RMT union against the ticket closures, ensuring accessibility and reflecting the needs of a diversity of rail users, including disabled people. And yes, public rail investment will aid much-needed economic growth. Madam Deputy Speaker, people are absolutely desperate for change, desperate for material change. This government promised to deliver investment, public ownership and employment rights, and the bill before the House today is a positive first step towards a fully integrated, publicly owned railway. Because our railways exist to support us, and people, not profiteering, should be at the heart of our railways. Thank you.
I call Matt Tremaine to make his maiden speech.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and congratulations on your election. I'd also like to thank the Right Honourable Member, the Secretary of State for Transport and her ministerial team for the opportunity to make my maiden speech on this very important bill. I'd like to also thank the member for Melksham and Devizes for his maiden speech, which was informative and entertaining. So thank you for that. I did once find myself in Devizes under very unfortunate circumstances. Perhaps we can share that in the tea room at a later date. So at a later date in the tea room. Watford is fortunate enough to be served by 3 train routes into London. And I still to develop a model of which one is the right one to use, because whichever one you end up on, you're on the one that you should have picked the other one to go into town on as a result of delays. My agent once told me that there's only one thing certain about train routes and bus services, and that's that they get cut. So it is fantastic to be in here with a team on the front bench who are going to make a massive difference to that and turn that state of affairs around. I rise to make my maiden speech to the House. So Watford is a town located in Hertfordshire, just within the M25. Watford skews quite young. 69% of the population are under 50 years of age. It's also much more diverse than other parts of the region in which it's located, the eastern region, or indeed the rest of the UK. And we love our diversity, and it makes Watford a fantastic, culturally diverse place to live. Politically, Watford is a marginal bellwether seat, which at this election has been absolutely fantastic for me. Of course, it was probably absolutely fantastic for the Conservative candidate in 2019, but we shan't dwell on that. It's also an archetypal definition of a 2-horse race, and I clearly have an interest in making it as much less marginal if I can. Watford's political status goes back through time, and observing it is like watching the coming and going of political epochs. The last time that the bellwether trend was confounded was over half a century ago, in 1970, when Mr Heath waltzed into Downing Street with his piano, while Mr Raphael Tuck, a popular constituency MP, held on to the seat of Watford for Labour, but with only 76 votes, so the trend was clearly visible at the time. In 1951, Mr John Freeman also kept the seat for Labour, while the Conservatives went into government. He'd been a war hero whose wife has had to deliver his candidate selection speech because he was busy in mainland Europe as part of the Second World War effort. I'd like to pay tribute to my predecessor, Mr Dean Russell. Mr Russell had introduced the Private Members Bill, which is due to come into law later this year. His TIPS bill was not, as a newly elected MP I might have hoped, a set of hints and advice of how to get from one side of the parliamentary estate to the other, nor was it a recommendation on where to go for the best cup of tea, or to how to get a space on a bench in here on a particularly busy debate, much to my disappointment. In fact, Mr Russell's Private Members Bill was to ensure that people working in hospitality, who may be in receipt of a tip from a paying customer, are entitled to keep it. So it is actually a very good Private Members Bill indeed. This would certainly have been welcomed by me when many years ago I worked in hospitality, a sector in which many workers in my constituency earn their living from. Mr Russell was preceded as a Member of Parliament for Watford by Richard Harrington, who served as Ministers for State for Refugees, helping set up a settlement programme for Ukrainian refugees in the UK. And prior to Lord Harrington, Miss Claire Ward had been the Labour MP from 1997 to 2010, holding several roles, including in the Whip's office. I should note that having previously been content with just one parliamentary constituency, Ms Ward now has responsibility for 22 of them to keep on top of in her role as Mayor of the East Midlands, to which she was elected in May of this year. I mentioned Watford's cultural diversity. Watford's Interfaith Association brings people of many faiths and none together for an annual pilgrimage. Watford has many churches, too many of them to mention here, but I will visit them as part of my work as the town's MP. I would note the famous St Mary's Church near the High Street, adjacent to the Citizens Advice Bureau, from which the Remembrance Service March to the Peace Memorial begins in November of each year. The construction of St Mary's Church began in the 12th century, significantly prior to the reign of Henry VIII. A monarch famous, Madam Deputy Speaker, for having fewer wives than we've had Chancellors of the Exchequer under the Conservative government since 2010. Just beyond the constituency boundary is St James's Church in Hertford, where the vigil was held led by Father David for the recent tragic events in Bushey, which is within my constituency. Those heartbreaking and appalling circumstances demonstrate why this government's determination to tackle violence against women and girls is so important. There is also the Beeching Grove Baptist Church, at which many constituency Labour Party meetings have fought again to defend the motion amendment that they love. The odd fish and chip quiz has been held there as well to raise money. It has 3 mosques, 2 in the town centre and 1 in the north. It is home to a Sikh Gurdwara, which kindly hosted a parliamentary candidates as part of the general election campaign and fed us very well. Watford also has a synagogue, which also hosted a general elections hosting event during the campaign. It's home to several excellent theatres. The Palace Theatre has an historic tradition, and it does have an excellent annual pantomime. Oh, yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
The Pump House Theatre provides venues for smaller works, experimental theatre and festivals. The Watford Coliseum, you'll get your chance in a moment. The Watford Coliseum is currently undergoing a renovation project. And in its new form, it will not, as I know, offer entertainment akin to its historic namesake in Rome. Although in a different guise, it did used to host wrestling competitions, and not even as an alternative to First Past the Post. The BBC Symphony Orchestra has office and practice space there, and I'm fondly reminded of the days I spent working for the Beeb prior to working in health and social care. Watford Deaf Club, which hosted a hustings event during the election, has shown in no uncertain terms how much work we all have to do to make the public sector be properly inclusive. Watford Blind Centre, Disability Watford and Watford Workshop all do amazing work. Now, the fortunes of Watford Football Club have led many a Watfordian to experience the full panoply of emotion, from joy to despair. Former prominent Watford FC footballer Luther Blissett is still associated with the town, and Elton John was chairman of the club. In fact, he played some of his farewell tours there. Truly, Watford is a magical place. It should be. If you get off the train in Watford Junction, it's quite likely that you're then going to be hopping onto a bus to visit the Harry Potter studios in Leavesden, in the neighbouring Southwest Herts. But the power of Potter requires womping through Watford. However, Watford residents have experienced the same challenges and difficulties that people across the country have. Watford's food bank has too many visitors. Watford's hospital is still in need of rebuilding, decades after it was recognised that dilapidated buildings don't help deliver the best care. New Hope does amazing work transforming the lives of people suffering homelessness, and the YMCA too has an iconic presence in Watford. Small acts of kindness and hands on heart deliver goods to those in need, and One Vision undertakes valuable charitable work and supports people's health through engagement via faith-based organisations who might not otherwise access those services. Impactful Governance does great work supporting the LGBT community in and around Watford, and Watford Afro-Caribbean Association provides help, advice and a cultural focal point to residents in the community. The Labour government, which has swept to power on a tide of desire for change, has core missions at its heart. This government will make a difference to the community in which I live. it will offer them hope once more, where fear and despair currently reside. I am also confident that it will restore growth and wealth to the economy, liberating people from fear and timidity. Finally, I am a part of the community that I now represent there. I sprang from a maternal heritage of Welsh school teachers and coal miners and a paternal one of Huguenots fleeing persecution and making their home here. I want to thank the voters of Watford for sending me to this place. It is a source of wonder and amazement to me that as a child of a hot metal printer and a dressmaker, I can be on these benches helping to make this change happen. Thank you.
I call Graham Morris.
Much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and congratulations on your election to the post of Deputy Speaker. I must declare an interest to have a long association of support, mutual support and respect with the transport unions, particularly with Unite the Union, RMT and ASLEF, but I suppose more generally with all trade unions as well. I want to welcome my right honourable friend, the member for Sheffield Heeley, to her new post and congratulate her most sincerely on prioritising the public ownership of our railways from the first day in office. I mean, this is a really important bill, and it gives me and many others on the left of the party hope and faith that this Labour government we place our faith in is going to deliver for us. I had meant, Madam Deputy Speaker, to wear my British Rail tie because 45 years ago, my goodness, or thereabouts, when I started working, I did work for British Rail at York and in Scarborough, and that was my treasured possession, but it's more elusive than a Conservative backbench MP at a public ownership debate, so I'm afraid I just couldn't find it. I might say I have spent quite a number of years on the Transport Select Committee, and the Select Committee did scrutinise the last government's proposals in relation to the draft rail bill. And it's absolutely clear to me, I mean, I welcome the bill, but it's clear to me that the franchising model has failed for 3 decades, and now it's clearly time to put passengers before private profits. This bill is the first step in taking back control and establishing Great British Railways. A number of members have raised some points that I agree with, and I want to mention them. I want to take this opportunity to mention a local issue in my Easington constituency. From Horden and Siân, the train station should provide easy access to Middlesbrough, to Sunderland and to Newcastle for purposes of employment, education and leisure. However, my constituents at the moment often experience unreliable and I may say at times dangerously overcrowded services, with chronic overcrowding meaning passengers are often left on the platform and people in overcrowded carriages distressed. This could easily be solved by running 4 carriages instead of 2, especially during peak periods when there is predictable demand, and that includes match days when my team, Sunderland, are at home at the Stadium of Light, and Newcastle United not St James Park, sorry, St James's Park. But Northern Rail invariably run only 2 carriage services at these peak times, which just seems incredible. And I do hope that Northern Rail are going to address this issue. I certainly believe that running rail under one public entity will save taxpayers money and allow revenue to be reinvested in improving capacity and service frequency, both in my constituency and across the country. For 30 years now, the British public has lined the pockets of private shareholders. In the last 7 years, private train operating companies, the TOCs, have paid an average of £130 million to shareholders in dividends while taking public subsidies. These resources, under the terms of this bill, will allow these profits to be reinvested in our railways. And we have seen how some of the franchises that are now publicly operated, like the one in the East Coast Main Line, the LNER, has paid over £40 million to the Department of Transport since it's been under public ownership as the operator of last resort. But this bill will go still further. There'll be no more hefty management fees and bonus performance-based fees to train operating companies, with more money paid back into Great British Railways. I do understand the safeguards for open access operators where they add value and capacity. Again, in East Durham, Grand Central trains have applied to the Office of Road and Rail for 4 daily calls at Siân station in my constituency. This would provide a direct connection from my constituency to London, alleviating pressure on the overcrowded routes from Siân to Sunderland. And open access operators can benefit the network, so I do hope the ORR approve these new services at an early opportunity. I congratulate the Minister also on building consensus, particularly with those on the front line that run our railways, and I do note the support expressed very vocally from the RMT and ASLEF for the provisions in this bill. I've long campaigned, Madam Deputy Speaker, with the RMT and ASLEF for public ownership as the first step towards creating an integrated railway that prioritises passengers and our economic well-being over and above shareholder dividends. The Secretary of State is on the right track, excuse the pun. You might say she's on a roll. But while she's on a roll, I urge her to go a little bit further. Some other members have mentioned it, honourable members on this side and on the other side, and say that at some point we must reform the way we procure rolling stock. At present, rolling stock companies or Roscoe's lease trains to the operating companies at exorbitant prices. In fact, last year the figure was £409 million paid in profits to shareholders, an increase in margins on the previous year of 41.6%. Now, when members of the opposition party say, well, where's the money coming from? How are we going to wring economies out of the system? There's £409 million that would get out of the system relatively painlessly. An example of one of the Roscoe's is Evershot, one of the original Roscoe's. It's owned by CK Hutchinson Holdings Limited, a Hong Kong company set up by the billionaire Lee Ka-shang, who also has shares in Northumbrian Water. That's the company that provides water and sewage services in my region. And it's another company failing the public while making millions from taxpayers. During the pandemic, the public purse subsidised train operating companies at unprecedented levels, while Roscoe's profits continue to soar. Yet with all operators set to be under public ownership by 2027, surely now is the time to reconsider how we procure trains for Great British Railways. Labour have a mandate for change, and we can end the abuse of the British taxpayer, inflating profits for privatised monopoly industries that should be publicly owned, and I include water, rail and energy in that. But at least for rail, we have the process, we've begun the process of change. To meet decarbonisation goals, the UK needs to upgrade up to 4,000 rolling stock units, which will cost tens of billions of pounds. So we'll need a new financing model to meet these demands. But with adequate planning, this could also mean ample orders to sustain our British-based train manufacturing industry and avoid gaps in the order books we've recently seen at Alstom and Hitachi. Now, I want to praise the Secretary of State and her ministerial team for the efforts that they've done and the energies that they've expended in trying to seek a solution. I do want to acknowledge that. With Great British Railways, I urge the Secretary of State to ensure that Roscoe's do not continue to exploit the taxpayer and that we take back control of our rolling stock. The Great British public deserve more value for money. Public control of our train operating companies is the first step in delivering a better service. I look forward to working with my right honourable friend, the member for Sheffield Heeley, as we set out the finer details for Great British Railways. This is a transformative bill for our railways, one of the most transformative bills I've seen in my lifetime. The Secretary of State has my full support in delivering the modern and efficient rail service our country needs and deserves.
Adam Jogi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow my honourable friend from Easington. And can I say what a pleasure it is to see you in the chair. You've made history with your election, and you will have inspired many women and girls across our country. It's also wonderful to see a number of my neighbours here, the member for Crewe and Nantwich, the member for Stafford, the member for Stoke-on-Trent North, and indeed Stoke-on-Trent South, and many friends from across the West Midlands. And a special thank you to my former boss, the member for Newport West and Isloyne, who is sitting here, a far cry from when I sat opposite her in her office upstairs. I would also like to pay tribute to those colleagues on this side of the House, in High Peak, in Hertford and Stortford, Smethwick, Stevenage, South Ribble, who gave very important, interesting and witty speeches, and to the members for Thornbury and Yate and Taunton and Wellington. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a real honour for me to make my first speech in this House as the Member of Parliament for Newcastle-under-Lyme, and in such an important debate too. And I pay tribute to the Secretary of State for both this bill and for her leadership on these issues. Her and I share an interest in Northern Ireland, and I am very grateful for the work she's done to get us to where we are today. I want to start by acknowledging the deep responsibility I feel to the people who sent me here. I thank them for placing their trust in me, and I work every day to honour it. Madam Deputy Speaker, my journey to this place started in the former British Empire. My maternal grandfather arrived in the United Kingdom from Jamaica to serve king, country, and to help fight fascism. He docked at Liverpool in 1941, and after meeting my grandmother, built a life in Staffordshire, the county I'm proud to represent today. And my dad, who is here, moved here from the then Rhodesia, now Zimbabwe, in 1979, and had the luck to meet and the wisdom to marry my mum. She's also here. And I wouldn't be here without either of them. A good Staffordshire woman born and bred. Now, I stand on the shoulders of my grandparents, Mr. and Mrs. Bob Owen and Mr. and Mrs. Adam Jogi. Their blood runs in my veins. Their life stories forged my identity and my outlook on the world. The greatest gift my parents and my grandparents have given me is their example of what courage, tolerance, love and diversity means, not as an academic concept, but as a lived experience. Madam Deputy Speaker, that I'm standing here today, a member of the House of Commons on the government benches, wasn't inevitable, but it was possible. My election, the first black man to represent anywhere in the West Midlands, says so much about who we are in 2024 and what our nation means. And whilst it's with a sense of sadness, I acknowledge that none of my grandparents are here to witness this speech. I'm confident that if they were, they would all be saying to each other, what a wonderful country this is. I'm proud of my Englishness and my Britishness, and the simple truth that in our United Kingdom, you can be anything you want to be with the right support, a work ethic, real opportunities, and a good heart. I'm not defined by my colour, but I'm very, very proud of it. And Labour governments are key to building the kind of enabling environment that means success and a good life is available to all. It's that passion for sharing opportunity that drives me every day. Now, Newcastle, for those who didn't make it to campaign with me in the general election, although I note that the Honourable Lady, the member for Hornsey and Fine Barnet, who I know very well, did make several visits, for which I'm grateful. Newcastle is an ancient market town in the middle of England. Its rich history dates back to medieval times, with its market charter granted in 1173, which means last year we celebrated the borough's 850th anniversary. The people who live, learn and work in Newcastle-on-Lyme are decent, caring, proud and honest. Indeed, when I think of their honesty, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm reminded of two particular chats I had during the campaign. And this is semi-dangerous, I suppose, to start quoting your constituents, but I met Steve and I met his son in Whately. In fact, we're at the very good Swan pub in Whately, and I recommend anyone passing through, particularly the member for Crewe and Nantwich, are very welcome. And the first thing Steve said to me was, "You're much shorter than I thought you would be in real life." It was the final chat, not quite as short, but it was the final chat after a long day of door knocking, and my first reaction was, "Thank you very much, I think." I then met Christine, a pensioner from Woolstanton, and she said, "You're much younger and better looking than you look in your leaflets." You need new leaflets. I won't share the story about horse riding with my friend Carol Whitehouse in Audley, but suffice to say, we will all do anything safely and legal to get elected. But I was reminded in these conversations of the age-old adage that the voters are never wrong, a lesson the party opposite, not that there's many here tonight, may want to heed. Now, in my patch, you know where you stand, and if you build trust, show you care, and listen, local people will have your back. We are blessed with very fine centres of learning. We're home to Newcastle College and the wonderful Keele University, one of the best higher education institutions in our country, and my 3 colleagues in Stoke-on-Trent seek to claim credit and claim every day, but it's ours. We have many brilliant schools with wonderful teachers, teaching assistants, and Senko support staff. I've been honoured to visit many of our schools over the last 18 months. And I will stand up every day to rebuild the support for children and their families with special educational needs, because the current situation in Staffordshire, and in Newcastle Lyme particularly, is unacceptable. My constituency boasts beautiful parks and green spaces such as Queen's Gardens and the Victorian Brampton Park, known for its museum, its aviary and landscape gardens. I'm looking forward to you visiting us, Madam Deputy Speaker. We have Lyme Valley, the old Keele Golf Course, and much rural, productive green belt in the northern part of my constituency, centred around Audley and Madeley. And whilst I completely and unequivocally support our government's plans to build more homes, we must at the same time do as much as we can to protect our green spaces and deliver the infrastructure that goes with any new homes. It must be a case of doing things with, not to people. While some might look north of the Watford Gap and see a cultural desert, I see vibrancy. I'm especially proud of the New Vic Theatre, known for its innovative productions and meaningful community engagement. Now, you can't talk about North Staffordshire without mentioning the old mines and pits in Chesterton, Silverdale and Crackley. Nor can you avoid talking pottery and ceramics, because, of course, our region was home to the age-old pottery industry. And I'm looking forward to working across the A500 and the A34 with my honourable friends from Stoke-on-Trent Central, South and North. Now, my constituency, Madam Deputy Speaker, boasts of being home to a Prime Minister, the 6th Prime Minister of Australia, Mr. Joseph Cook. Long dead, but he was born there. He was born and raised in the old mining village of Silverdale. Now, I'm proud of the fact that the Prime Minister was born in our patch. The only issue, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have with Cook is that he started off in the Labour Party and ended up a Tory. But nobody, or almost nobody, is beyond redemption. So, Speaker, on that basis, you'll forgive me for emphasising his passion for aiming high when I talk to the young people of Newcastle and make reference to him, rather than his political party moving around. Now, Madam Speaker, Newcastle and Lyme could not be better placed. We are bordered by the West Coast Main Line and the M6, in between Birmingham and Manchester, not far from Derby and Nottingham, and only 90 minutes or so from our capital when Avanti chooses to work properly. Madam Speaker, robust rail infrastructure is a strategic necessity for Newcastle and Lyme, for our region and for our United Kingdom. By doing so, we stimulate economic growth, we bring people together and we tear down barriers. And we can do so whilst at the same time protecting our environment and preserving our planet. Addressing the north-south divide in transportation infrastructure is not just about fairness. It's also about maximising the full potential of the north to contribute to a more balanced, prosperous and sustainable future for all of us. That's why I welcome the bill before us today. It shows my constituents that we meant it when we said we would focus on getting our nation back on track. And I see the Minister for Buses is on the front bench, and I'm looking forward to speaking to him about buses soon too. Now, Newcastle and Lyme was rich in coal, leading to extensive mining activities for not far off 200 years. The coal industry played a crucial role in the town's development and economy. The development of the Trent and Mersey Canal in the 18th century enhanced transportation links, facilitating the movement of coal and pottery. The canal system was vital for industrial distribution before the advent of our railways. The wonderful Apedale Museum and Heritage Centre provides future generations with a window back to the proud history of our town. I first went when I was about 12 and it's still going strong. The Apedale Valley Railway operates at the same site, adding to a great family day out. Sadly though, like most of the West Midlands and the North, we are proud of our past, but we have not seen sufficient focus on building our future by diversifying our industries and our jobs. As the historic and traditional industries declined, my constituency transitioned to a service-orientated economy, based on education, on healthcare and on retail. And rather than Tory soundbites and gimmicks, this new Labour government has a plan to deliver real change, driven by a mission of national renewal. That's clear from this bill, and it's clear from the New Deal for working people too. Because let's be clear, under the Tories, working people suffered more than a decade of falling and flatlining pay, whilst prices in the shops went up and energy bills soared. People across Newcastle and Lyme still feel the worst effects of the cost of living crisis today. The Tories broke our country, and we're all still paying the price. Labour's New Deal for working people is a plan to make work pay, ensure security at work, and help provide the work-life balance everyone deserves. This bill and an improved rail service will bring connectivity and growth, and set alongside a new workers' deal to ensure working people can prosper. We will see the power of a Labour government. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, cleaning our air and tackling waste crime is a priority for the people who sent me here. Whately's Croy landfill is a disgraceful example of the worst excesses of profit over people, and we will not stand for it anymore. It's an environmental crisis, and it's a health one too. That's why I'm grateful that the Secretary of State, my right honourable friend today, answered my calls and those of all members of Newcastle and Lyme Borough Council and granted permission to the Council to proceed with legal action against Whately's Croy Limited. That's more done in 3 weeks than the last 3 Environment Secretaries did in 3 years. It requires the law to be changed, and I know the Environment Secretary has heard me loud and clear. I'm fortunate, and I'm keeping an eye on the clock, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm fortunate to have met and to know my 3 immediate predecessors, dating back to 1986, Aaron Bell, Paul Fowley, and the noble Baroness Golding. I'm grateful to them all for their service to the people of Newcastle and Lyme, and I wish them and their families all very well. I've been lucky to have had some wonderful support and advice from some brilliant people since my election, and over the years. And so I want to make a special mention to former Prime Minister Julia Gillard, former Taunton Joan Burton, and a former member of this House, Lady Herman, who made my wedding cake. For me, or our wedding cake, I should say. Alison was probably safer with cutting it. Now, for me, this is personal. Newcastle and Lyme is where my wife Alison and I will raise any family that we'll be blessed with. And let me say, Madam Deputy Speaker, how grateful I am to my wife Alison, who's been on this journey with me over the last 7 years. On foot, on plane, on bus, in the car, and on our railways. I love and admire her and her work as a nurse in our National Health Service, work that will be strengthened by this Labour government. I also want to acknowledge the support of my in-laws who are watching these proceedings from Northern Ireland. Madam Speaker, the last really important speech I gave was on my wedding day. Now, memories of that speech are the reason that Alison and my family are very pleased indeed that I have an unofficial time limit. Although I'm pushing it. My speech as a new husband lasted 28 minutes. It was timed. It was very sure. It was timed by my closest mates and friends, and they have not to this day let me forget it. And it took that long due to the appearance of some very happy tears. Now, today is a marginally shorter speech, but there are no tears. But there are, and there is, emotion and determination. There's love of family and love of country. And a resolute determination to do my utmost to ensure, in Newcastle and Lyme and across our United Kingdom, that all families know that in the years ahead, their children will be able to build lives of opportunity, community, security, success, and hope.
No doubt your maiden speech will have made your parents very proud. I now call another maiden speech, Colin Naismith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for the opportunity to make my maiden speech, and may I congratulate you on your election. I am particularly proud to be able to make my maiden speech in a debate on rail, as the Member of Parliament for a constituency with railways literally woven into its DNA. The town of Crewe grew up around the railway station, and the development of Crewe and the rail network went hand in hand in the 19th century. My constituents will be delighted to have a government committed to delivering a publicly owned and passenger-focused railway, the need for which hit home to me only too well when the former Shadow Rail Minister was severely delayed on the rail network when visiting my constituency late last year. Now, I cannot begin to talk about the history of elected representation in Crewe and Nantwich without making reference to the towering figure that is the late Gwyneth Dunwoody. Still today, I meet people whose lives had been touched by Gwyneth's unmistakable ability to fight for her constituents' interests. She was truly fierce, an excellent parliamentarian and public servant. And I would also like to pay tribute to my immediate predecessor, Kieran Mullen, who has gone to great lengths to demonstrate his commitment to our democracy, approximately 250 miles, in fact, from Crewe to Bexhill. The now honourable member for Bexhill and Battle did a great deal to champion the cause of the many volunteer groups across my constituency in his time as its MP, and I would like to thank him for that and congratulate him on taking up his place on the Shadow Transport team. I love the place that I have been sent here to represent, from the major towns of Crewe and Nantwich to the beautiful villages and parishes like Shavington, Haslington, Wisterston, Williston and Rope, among others. Crewe is a fantastic town where I am proud to live with my family. The gateway to the north and a key rail interchange with a proud history of train manufacturing in the Crewe Works, which once employed over 20,000 people. I believe strongly that rail can be pivotal to Crewe's future as well as its past, and intend to be a strong advocate for improved transport infrastructure connecting the North and the Midlands, with Crewe at its heart. And it's not just trains that run through my constituency. So does a belief in the importance of employment rights and trade unionism. And at the tail end of the 19th century, the pioneering campaigner for the rights of women workers and suffragist Ada Neild Chew wrote a series of letters to the Crewe Chronicle under the pseudonym A Crewe Factory Girl, shining a light on poor working conditions in the factory she worked in, and many of the issues that she raised in those letters, such as insecure work, unpredictable hours, the gender pay gap, and the denial of a living wage, a phrase that she actually used all that time ago, remain all too relevant today, which is why I firmly welcome this government's commitment to bringing forward an employment rights bill. And I am proud also to support the campaign of Kate Blakemore in my constituency to commission a statue for Ada in Crewe. My constituency is also home to some of Britain's finest sporting exports, notably through the Academy of the mighty Crewe Alexandra, a famous academy that has produced some cult heroes from our national game, from David Platt to Danny Murphy and Dean Ashton. The Alex have consistently punched above their weight, and the importance of the Railwomen, as the club is also affectionately known, was driven home to me during the election campaign as a result of an unexpected boost to my prospects, as the now leader of the opposition was pictured wearing a scarf of our rivals, Port Vale, on a visit to Stoke. Now, Nantwich is a beautiful, historic market town which sees large numbers of tourists pass through every single year. Historically, it was a centre of production of salt and the manufacture of leather goods, from which the affectionate nickname the Dabbers for the town's residents is believed to derive. But today Nantwich is famous for a host of civic and cultural events throughout the year, including the International Cheese Show, the Nantwich Food Festival, a jazz festival, and a Words and Music Festival, among many others. These events show the best of the community in Nantwich, often driven by volunteers and supported actively by Nantwich Town Council. They demonstrate what can be achieved in a modern landscape for small towns while still actively respecting our heritage. Across Crewe and Nantwich, we have a thriving business community, home to some of Britain's most famous exports, from the luxury vehicles produced at Bentley Motors to the ice cream vans at Whitby Morrison. And I am immensely proud to represent a constituency which is already a pioneer of Labour's fantastic policy to buy, make and sell British. We have beautiful green spaces and environmental gems too, such as green flag parks like Queen's Park, lovingly supported and maintained by the Friends of Queen's Park group, which is led ably by Sheila, Richard and Alan, among others. And we also have the River Weaver, which flows through Nantwich. And I know that my constituents, like the local WI group who I joined on a demonstration recently, will rightly expect me to champion the cause of cleaning up our rivers in this Parliament, and I welcome the steps that this government has already taken to doing just that. Now, it's been a long campaign. I know that my colleagues will attest to that, where many of us have been asked so many questions, and I don't know if to be flattered or offended that the question I was most often asked during the campaign was, have you finished school yet?
Have you?
just about. But far and away, the most common question was, why should we trust any of you? And I know that is an experience that was reflected in many of the experiences that my colleagues had on the campaign. And in this question lies possibly the most fundamental challenge facing this government. Because after 14 years of managed decline, people no longer believe that politics can deliver anything but decline. That politicians are only in it for themselves, their attention and their focus distant from the priorities of the ordinary families that they seek to represent. And I came to this place from a career with the Independent Office for Police Conduct, whose role is to independently uphold standards and ensure that the public can have confidence in the police. There is no doubt that there is much work to do in that space, but I believe strongly that I and my colleagues in this House from across all parties have a duty to uphold standards and restore public confidence in our politics and aspiration and opportunity to our communities. And I know that it is sometimes claimed by the party opposite that my party has a problem with aspiration. But I know this not to be true. My party understands that being evicted, living under fear of being evicted from your home, is a barrier to aspiration. Your parents living in in-work poverty is a barrier to aspiration. And being unable to receive the treatment that you need if you were to become ill is a barrier to aspiration. And the Labour Party, when given the chance to serve the British people, has a fine record of smashing barriers to aspiration. It did it for a working class kid like me, and it will do so again. I'm confident of that. And for that reason, I wholeheartedly welcome the Prime Minister's belief that politics is about service, and his commitment to leading a government that focuses relentlessly on delivering for people, putting country first and party second. And I promise to always do my best to serve and represent my constituents in that spirit for as long as they trust me to do so.
Maiden speech, Anna Dixon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Firstly, I'd like to congratulate you on your election and welcome you to your place. I'd also like to commend my many honourable friends who've made such tremendous contributions in the House this evening. in particular to the last contributions from my honourable friend for Newcastle under Lyme, a very moving tribute to his parents, and to the young member from Crewe and Nantwich, a few less grey hairs than me. I'd also obviously like to congratulate the Right Honourable Friend for Sheffield, Heeley, and it's wonderful to see you in your place on the government benches. And thank you and the team for bringing this bill so quickly to the House. Yeah. I am honoured, Madam Deputy Speaker, to have been elected by the people of Shipley constituency to represent them. I grew up on the edge of the moors in beautiful Wharfdale, and I'm proud to be serving the place I now call home. I am by no means the youngest member to represent the seat. That honour goes to Chris Leslie, who at 24 was the baby of the House when he was elected in 1997. However, I am the first woman to represent the seat. Yeah. And I am delighted to be part of the most diverse parliament with some 263 women MPs across all benches. On my first day, as I emerged from Westminster Tube and looked up in awe at the Palace of Westminster, I took a diversion across Parliament Square to pay homage to Millicent Fawcett, social campaigner and suffragist, whose statue stands alongside Churchill and Gandhi. She holds a banner with the motto, "Courage calls to courage everywhere." I've carried these words with me during my first few weeks in Parliament, although, to be honest, I feel more like the lion from The Wizard of Oz as I stand here to make my maiden speech today. Please give me courage. But I know that the people of Shipley have put their trust in me, and that gives me heart. And all around I see people of courage, every one of us on these benches. Firstly, we've had the courage to stand, particularly in the hostile climate in which politics has been conducted recently. It is vital that our democracy is not undermined by those who wish to abuse, threaten and intimidate. I'm grateful to the Labour Women's Network for giving me the support and encouragement to stand, as well as my husband David, who's here today. I'm proud to support 50/50's Parliament's campaign, Ask Her to Stand, and I thank the Joe Cox Foundation for their work to promote civility in politics. I will play my part in upholding standards in this place. Secondly, we have the courage to stand up for what we believe in. Each one of us has come to this place with a passion to change things for the better, to leave our communities and the country a better place than when we arrived. And I'm heartened by the commitment to work across this House to put aside tribal politics where they get in the way of progress and to put common good to the fore. And I look forward to working with my neighbour, the Right Honourable, no, not quite Right Honourable, I don't know, but the Honourable Member for Keighley and Ilkley.
Not yet.
Not yet. And I will seek to work with colleagues who share my passion to ensure all disabled and older people get access to the care and support they need to live a full life. Work I started as the chair of the Archbishop's Commission on Reimagining Care, and which I hope to see delivered in the form of a national care service under this Labour government. And finally, we must also have the courage to speak up. For those whose voices are rarely heard in the corridors of power, to tell their stories, to demand changes that will improve their lives, and to show how things can be better. Many years ago, my teacher, Mr. Hodgson, told me you can spend your life shouting from the outside, or you can change things and go on the inside. And I intend to use my voice in this place to speak up for the people of Shipley constituency, particularly those whose voice is too often ignored or drowned out. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am proud that we have a government that is courageous and has wasted no time in pressing forward with ambitious legislation to deliver on its promises. And today, my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Transport, has set out another bold plan, taking the first steps to establish Great British Railways. The people of Shipley constituency have suffered from expensive and unreliable public transport for too long. Today's bill will begin the work of putting the public back into public transport, delivering better connectivity so children from Baildon and Burley and Wharfdale can get to school, commuters from Cottingley and Crossflats and Cullingworth can get to work, and pensioners from Eldwick and Gilstead can get to the shops. boosting the economy, enabling tourists to visit our wonderful heritage and beautiful countryside in Bingley and Shipley, and making it easier for people to enjoy a night out in Bradford, proudly the City of Culture in 2025. Now, according to protocol, Madam Speaker, I'm to say something about my immediate predecessor, Sir Philip Davis, who served the people of Shipley constituency for 19 years. He was always diligent about his correspondence, replying quickly to constituents. Sir Philip advocated for investment in the local area, and it is in part thanks to his efforts that the NHS has recently committed to reinvesting funds from the sale of Shipley Hospital into a new health and wellbeing hub. And I look forward to continuing his work to bring a hoped-for boost to Shipley Town Centre. I can, however, reassure the House that I do not intend to continue his tradition of filibustering on a Friday. I also wish to pay tribute to other members who have sat on these benches and inspired me. The formidable Yorkshire woman, Betty Boothroyd, the first woman Speaker of the House. Her courage gave a teenage lass from Ilkley the idea that she might one day follow in her footsteps. So I hope I can in time make my own contribution to the work of this House. Jo Cox was a contemporary of mine at Cambridge, and it was her life and horrific murder that spurred me on to stand. On reading her biography in 2017, I wrote in my own diary, "The values she sought to reflect in the MP she was are also ones I aspire to be brave, principled, focused, respected, grounded. These values will be the yardstick against which I will judge my own time in this place." It is usual to say something about the constituency I represent, and Madam Deputy Speaker, there is much to celebrate in the Shipley constituency, from Willesden to Windhill, Micklethwaite to Menston. We're home to the highest flight of locks on the canals in Britain, and the original setting for TV soap Emmerdale. But I'm going to focus today on one place, Saltaire, a model village built by Sir Titus Salt, a philanthropist and mill owner. The mill was at the forefront of innovation in the wool trade and the largest in Europe. Salt provided decent housing and amenities for the workers, a library, school, now home to Shipley College, and a church. He was wary of the demon drink, though, so no pub, although I'm pleased to say that Saltaire now boasts an excellent brewery. Salt understood that economic growth and lifting people out of poverty go hand in hand, and I'm proud that the Labour government will ensure there are high-quality jobs for local people and the trap of low-paid work, and open up opportunities for people to train for the jobs of the future. I could tell you about other inspiring historical figures who hail from or have lived in my constituency, who are immortalised in the names of local buildings and roads. I could tell you about the amazing volunteers who keep our communities blooming, the independent business owners whose industry powers our local economy, and the local farmers whose toil puts food on our plates. But I'd like to tell you about those in my own life whose courage has given me courage. My great-grandfather, Frederick Dixon, fought and died on Flanders fields in the First World War. My grandfather, Herbert, true to his Christian beliefs, refused to serve in the military during the Second World War and undertook other vital work. He died in a car accident which left my grandmother, Frida, in a coma with brain injuries. She learnt to walk again, to feed herself and write with her left hand. She lived another 30 years, albeit with disability and mainly housebound, but she could still beat all of us at Scrabble. Yeah. My late Uncle David came to this country from Zambia on a scholarship, became the first black African to play golf for Oxford University. A golf legend 40 years before Tiger Woods hit the headlines. Yeah. And my niece, Martha, diagnosed as autistic after struggling with mental health issues as a teenager, who has had the courage to embrace her difference and find her way in the world. My family, in particular my mum and dad, who are here in the gallery today, and my church, taught me the values that I bring to my politics. That everyone should be able to live free from prejudice and discrimination, and that those of us who have plenty must share what we have and take action to lift people out of poverty and tackle inequalities. Yeah. I'm proud to be a member of the Labour Party that is putting these values into practice. Yeah. So there'll be time in coming months for me to talk about all the priorities that I'll deliver for the people of Shipley, getting local GP and NH dental services back for patients in places like Rose, stopping the sewage dumping in the Wharf and Air, more neighbourhood police in villages like Denham and Harden, revitalising our high streets in Shipley and Bingley, and supporting young people's mental health. But the final issue, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I would like to highlight today is the contribution of family carers. My mum cared for my grandma for many years, and it was her love and support which enabled my grandma to go to church, to take trips up the Dales, to see friends and family, to have a good life. Millions of unsung heroes like her, unpaid and undervalued. Behind closed doors across this country, some estimated 5 million people, mostly women, providing support and care to loved ones. I want to make them my priority in this place. And I will start by campaigning for a review of carers' allowance to ensure that hard-pressed carers are not penalised for taking a part-time job to make ends meet. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to end where I began, with the words of Millicent Fawcett ringing in my ears. Courage calls to courage everywhere. I will stand up for what I believe in and to speak up for the people of Shipley constituency. And perhaps my courage will inspire another young Yorkshire lass to follow me into this place one day. As Betty would have said, time's up.
Well, Joe Cox and David Amos are never far from our thoughts. Now, front benches will be speaking around 9:30, and we have 3 speakers to go, so please be mindful of time. And the next speaker is Catherine Atkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is a historic and significant bill for the country, the rail industry and my constituency. April 25th, 2024 is a date I will not forget. It's when the Labour Party published Getting Britain Moving, Labour's plan to fix Britain's railways. And the day after that, my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, wrote in the Derby Telegraph pledging that after 200 years, at the heart of our railway industry, Derby would be at the heart of this government's rail renaissance, with a bigger and stronger version of Great British Railways headquartered in Derby. This came at what was an extremely difficult time for Derby, with train manufacturing in the city on the ropes. The commitment that publicly owned rail would deliver for passengers, taxpayers and rail manufacturers was huge, because it meant that when rail in Derby came together and spoke with one voice, it was listened to. Madam Deputy Speaker, this legislation is in no way anti-private business. What is anti-private business is privatisation projects doomed to failure. Dynamic private businesses are important to rail now as they've ever been, with everything from maintenance and testing to digital, data and finance, part of the East Midlands rail cluster, the largest in Europe, who will be looking for answers on how, as private businesses, they will work with the public operator. And I'm sure that any more that the Secretary of State can say on this would be welcomed. They will be partners in modernising the railways. So can we set out in this bill or the Rail Reform Bill the need for long-term funding for modernisation? I appreciate that, as the Chancellor set out earlier, this government is inheriting the worst set of economic circumstances since the post-war Labour government that last brought the railways into public ownership. One area of savings that will come from this bill will be on management fees and dividends, which we better used on new technologies to make our railways greener and safer. The last steam locomotive was still being repaired in Derby in 1963. That was after a man had gone into space and 15 years after the railways were first brought into public ownership. I don't want to be looking back in 15 years from now saying we didn't invest enough in developing new locomotive technologies and losing out on the advantages of those. Instead, let's take inspiration from when Derby's prototype high-speed train set a world record for a diesel-powered train of 143 miles per hour in 1973. The bill before us is the embodiment of move fast and fix things. Once it's in place, we can start bringing the services back into public ownership as they expire. I understand that poor performance of the services could mean that this happens faster, and I wonder if the Minister could tell the House any more about that. Can I thank the Secretary of State for Transport for her support for the rail industry in Derby. I know that the Secretary makes a great champion for the new publicly owned railway and can draw inspiration from Nye Bevan's role when the NHS was brought into being, fighting off vested interests for the public interest. The public want to get off busy roads. They want to help the environment. And what the government are doing with a strong champion like the Secretary of State can be the spark that reignites our passion for rail travel. That will be essential to its renaissance. Improvements that passengers can see and feel are crucial and should be rolled out in tandem with the franchises being brought back into public ownership. Improvements set out in the Getting Britain Moving document include automatic delay and cancellation refunds, a best price guarantee, and better mobile connectivity. The timing of this rail bill in relation to that, the timing of that rail bill in relation to this one will therefore be important. So can the Secretary update the House on when the next bill will be laid? I want to get this important rail bill moving, get passengers and goods moving, get our economy moving, so we can move fast on our journey to a better and greener transport system.
Paula Barker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and congratulations on your elevation, and congratulations to all honourable members across the benches who have made maiden speeches today. I'd like to refer to my register of interest as a proud trade union member. I want to begin by paying tribute to the Secretary of State, my right honourable friend, the member for Sheffield Heeley, for getting us to this point. She has moved swiftly, with tenacity and vigour in doing what is right for the country and the travelling public. I know the Secretary of State will see this task through to the very end. I also want to pay tribute to the train drivers from ASLEF Union who were outside today showing their support for this bill, and of course our rail workers in the RMT and TSSA unions. Railway privatisation has failed. Franchising has failed. The railways have become symbolic of rip-off Britain, where the public pay more and get less, where the gains are privatised and the losses are picked up by the taxpayer. Members of the opposition will accuse us of being ideological with this bill. It was their government in 1994 that embarked upon a ruthless privatisation of yet another natural monopoly, laying the foundation for a system where public subsidy, in effect, gets paid out to shareholders as dividends. Perhaps it is only the members opposite, and of course Michael Portillo, that still hold on to the belief that franchising has worked. And how embarrassing is it that the Conservative Party's legacy has already given my right honourable friend a helping hand, with 1 in 4 passenger services already being run by the state owing to their failures in office. Madam Deputy Speaker, saving talk on infrastructure for another day. The sheer lack of capacity on the West Coast Main Line and between our great northern cities has led my part of the world being consistently failed. My constituents in Liverpool, Wavertree and the wider city of Liverpool have come to have low expectations in respect to the service on offer from our railway operators when they decide not to plonk their car on the M62 or the M6. TransPennine Express was nothing short of a disgrace as a private entity, the main carrier between Liverpool, Manchester, Leeds, Hull and Newcastle. As many as 1 in 6 of its services were cancelled in March 2023, 2 months before the government intervened. And moving on, North West, North Wales, West Midland and many Scottish MPs will have experienced the utter chaos of Avanti West Coast. And I do wonder, Madam Deputy Speaker, if that's why the Shadow Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State has hot-footed from Crewe and Nantwich to his current seat in Bexhill and Battle.
No Avanti there.
Avanti are an absolute professionals in failing the public and their dedicated staff. As per her letter to honourable members, I understand the Secretary of State has not yet decided on the timing of each transfer. But let me say, I would be surprised if Avanti were able to make it until October 2026 when their core term expires. I know she will be keeping a close eye on this failed operator in the coming period. And Avanti still have the temerity to pay out over 11 million in dividends last year alone, having the second worst record for cancellations across the entire UK in the last quarter. Enough is enough. And I'm excited by this piece of legislation because I know it will make a genuine difference, and once and for all, it will be the Labour government, this Labour government, that ends the great train robbery. Thank you.
Saving the best till last. Chris Webb.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome you to your place. And I refer to my register of interest as a proud trade unionist. Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the legislation to bring our railways back into public ownership. Swift action from this Labour government to reform our railway service is a significant step forward that will benefit my constituency for generations to come. The arrival of the railway in Blackpool in 1846 was the beginning of mass tourism that gave my hometown its identity. In 1911, the town's central station was the busiest in the world, and by 1936, 650 trains came and went in a single day. Today, the picture is quite different. Blackpool is currently served by Avanti West Coast, which in September 2023 was handed a long-term contract for up to 9 years by the former Conservative government, despite overseeing a poor record of service in recent years with ongoing delays and cancellations. The Office of Rail and Road figures show that Avanti West Coast had the third worst reliability of all operators in Britain last year, with 1 in 15 trains cancelled. When they do come, trains are routinely delayed and overcrowded. And while delivering some of the worst disruptions to passenger travel, shareholders have extracted £36 million in dividends the last 3 years. These are the conditions passengers in my constituency have been forced to accept and come to expect. As a frequent and frequently frustrated user of the West Coast Main Line, I don't need figures to know that passengers as well as staff are fed up. Last week's Avanti catering staff striked over short notice changes to their shift patterns, job cuts and enforced overtime, which are causing widespread stress and fatigue. This is the latest string of industrial action disputes that have dogged Avanti, which impose excruciating conditions on its long-suffering staff. The last government sat back and watched as privatisation model failed and staff and customers suffered the consequences. Blackpool's tourism has recovered in recent years, and we are now welcoming record numbers with visitors topping the 20 million mark. These visitors contributed 1.7 billion to our local economy and supported more than 22,000 jobs. There is no doubt that a more efficient railway service would allow these figures to grow even more. Reducing visitors' dependency on cars will not only lower emissions, but encourage more overnight stays to Blackpool, where we struggle to provide significant parking. Our new tramway between Blackpool North Station and the Promenade's tram network means people arriving in the town are instantly connected to hotel accommodation right up and down our seafront. A reliable and affordable service will also allow my constituents to access better opportunities. Too often Blackpool loses its brightest and most talented young people to neighbouring cities, and that should be an easy commute. By improving connectivity and ending constant cancellations, we can end Blackpool's brain drain and allow people to live an affordable life by the seaside whilst accessing well-paid work out of town. This landmark change to our railways means Blackpool can increase visitor numbers, boost its economy and its job market. By unlocking the potential of our railways, we can also unlock the potential of our young people in Blackpool. And by giving my constituents and visitors the town a rail service they can depend on and deserve, we can ensure that Blackpool will no longer feel abandoned at the end of the line. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
I now call the Shadow Minister, my Sussex-Weald neighbour, Dr Kieran Willan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and congratulations on your new role. And I want to begin, if I may, by paying tribute to the previous Rail Minister and my constituency predecessor, the member for Bexhill and Battle, Hugh Merriman. I got to see firsthand how hard he worked with members across the House to deal with their transport issues, and I've since come to learn how hard he also worked as a constituency MP. It's a pleasure to wind up this debate for the opposition and to have been able to sit and listen to another set of accomplished maiden speeches from across the House. We heard maiden speeches from the members for Hertford and Stortford, South Ribble, Taunton and Wellington, Stevenage, High Peak, Thornbury and Yate, Smethwick, Birmingham Northfield, Melksham and Devizes, Watford, Newcastle and Lyme, Crewe and Nantwich, Shipley and Blackpool South. And whilst there were excellent speeches all round, I quite rightly leave it to the Minister opposite to pay detailed tribute to the words from members on his side. But I think a consistent theme was the importance of family, and that is something that I can strongly agree with. Okay. And it was slightly surreal to hear my successor in Crewe and Nantwich pay tribute to me, and I thank him for his kind words. Though sadly, I'm not sure what I got wrong, because nobody there ever asked me if I'd finished school before asking for their vote. And if I continue with the rail puns, I'm sure he will be a worthy successor to me in Crewe and Nantwich, rather than just a replacement service. And on our side, it was helpful to hear from the former Rail Minister, the member for Aldridge-Brownhills. She has first-hand experience of the recent changes to our railways, and she explained clearly how this ideological approach is ignoring the reality on the ground in terms of the franchises which should actually be the focus of the Minister's attention. And she asked about where this is leading, and I noted the Secretary of State refer to the work they will be doing on the supply chain in her remarks, and the other members have related their concerns about rolling stock. I feel this is just the beginning of the end when it comes to a flourishing rail sector with all sorts of people playing their part. It's clear that what we all want is to secure better services for passengers alongside value for money for taxpayers. Whatever our differences, we agree on that. The question is how we do it. The catastrophic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic has forced a rethink, a necessary and important one. During the pandemic, the previous government demonstrated clearly its commitment to the railways and railway staff, providing large amounts of public money to keep the railways running and keep railway staff in their jobs. But that period also hastened the decline of the traditional franchise model as we know it. Passenger journeys plummeted, and whilst there has been a significant recovery, travel patterns have changed, which is why we conducted a major review of our railway services and how they operate, and suggested a change of approach as outlined by the Shadow Secretary of State during her opening speech. This change of approach, as we heard today, is one the new government is taking forward in many areas. But what we also heard today is that they are bringing with them not a passenger-first policy, but an ideology-first policy. Their priority is to ban the private sector from operating our main train services. Of all the things they say need doing, and with 14 years of opposition to come up with a list of what needs doing first, we have this: nationalisation. Even though, as the Secretary of State has said, this won't make train tickets cheaper and won't end the strikes. In fact, it's worth reading out the complete non-commitment on rail fares Labour makes in its plan. They say they want prices, and I quote, kept wherever possible at a point that works for passengers and taxpayers. I can imagine the civil service pen of Sue Gray hovering over that particular sentence. It really is an exemplar of Labour's modus operandi, using a lot of words to say absolutely nothing. Madam Deputy Speaker, reformed ticket prices, reformed working practices, increased reliability, that is what all of our constituents want. And the consequence of their rush to implement their ideology is that they brought forward this plan without any evidence for why it will deliver any of that. I will.
I thank the Shadow Minister for giving way and may I compliment him on his staying power during a very long debate this evening. He talks about fares and affordability. Can he explain why, under the government which has just exited office, fares increased on average by 4.7% each year, almost 1.5 times higher than the rate under the previous Labour government?
So the challenge that Labour now has to face is whether you choose taxpayers or fare payers to meet the burden of the cost of the railways. And in fact, in recent years, we kept rail fare rises below inflation, and we've yet to hear a similar commitment from the government opposite. And if I continue, the impact assessment in regards to this policy is very clear about what they have committed to achieve, and that is absolutely nothing. It says it in black and white on page 3, and I quote, "Specific quantified targets for each objective have not been set." So clearly that leaves us on this side of the House to hold them to account, and I have a number of questions which I hope the Minister can address in his closing remarks. Firstly, what will be the exact timetable for renationalisation? We might assume that they are rushing to do this so they can begin with Greater Anglia and West Midlands trains in September, but in fact all the government has said is that it wants all the contracts nationalised by October 27. The Minister will understand the uncertainty this will create for the sector. So can he confirm a more detailed plan to the House for making use of the powers they're asking for? Secondly, what will be the approach on nationalising terms and conditions? The Minister will know there are a variety of working practices across the railway network, many of them clearly not in the best interest of passengers and taxpayers. For example, on the varied approach on mandatory Sunday working, where clearly passengers will be better served by that becoming standard, or on annual leave, where again passengers would experience less delays and cancellations if drivers were required to give a reasonable amount of notice. Will the government introduce a standard contract that prioritises the terms and conditions across the industry that will benefit passengers and taxpayers? Or will they be letting the unions dictate a standardised contract that puts unions first and passengers last? Third, what plans does the Minister have to secure increased passenger numbers, by how much and by when? We've seen a huge increase in passenger growth since the introduction of the train operating companies. What will take the place of contract incentives to secure this growth in future? Fourth, modernisation. People up and down the country have seen the explosion of technology into our workplaces, but all across the network, modernisation is blocked and frustrated with demands of more money from the unions for the introduction of technology. What plans does the government have as it directly takes over running the railways to ensure technological innovation can be implemented across the network without undue barriers or union demands getting in the way? Fifth, when it comes to funding, how will they be reallocating the theoretical money saved? They argue they will save £150 million from management fees. Reinvesting this across track and train would mean in total a 0.5 to 0.75% increase in the overall annual budget. They need to tell us what exactly it is they will be doing with this money that is apparently going to radically improve our railways. 6. What are the balance sheet implications? The franchising model allowed the purchase of new trains and other investments to be made with no impact on public debt. Will Labour be adding these costs to public debt in future as yet another excuse for their inevitable tax rises? And finally, what are the implications for this bill, directly or indirectly, for open access operators? Whatever they may say, I'm afraid the implication of the government's words and actions is that it does not want the private sector running train services. Are they going to turn their sights on the open access operators next? If they truly believe in what they're doing, if it isn't just designed to appease the left wing of their party, then they will have to justify their own inconsistency. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm afraid it's pretty clear that their political priority, is the wrong approach at the wrong time. They should be focusing on getting their union backers to stop frustrating reform of our railways. They should be focusing on taking forward our plans for GBR. They should, at the very least, be transparent with the public about the implications of this rush plan for fares, for punctuality and for reliability. There is consensus in this House that a new way of working was needed, and we have begun the process of bringing that forward. But Labour are more concerned to refight the political battles of the 70s and the 80s. Whatever they might say, this is the same old ideas, the same old ideology and the same old Labour Party. More government... I will.
I'm grateful for him giving way. It's quite an interesting proposal you're putting forward there, and talk of evidence. Just looking back over the last few years, 70% of the train operating companies running train franchises in this country were government companies, not UK government owned, but owned by Germany, Netherlands, Italy. Was that not dogma? Was that not dogma to prevent an evidence-based build-up around the East Coast mainline franchise, providing profit and income stream, but dogma prevented that being enacted?
Well, I'll just say to the honourable member, we also saw a more than 89% increase in passenger numbers on the railways, record level of investment. If taxpayers in other countries want to invest in our railway services, I welcome that. And as the Shadow Secretary of State said in her opening remarks, we've proven our lack of adherence to ideology by bringing into, when necessary, government running a number of private sector operators. The question that Labour have to answer, if they're so concerned about Avanti and other private sector operators, they have the powers, they can do that tomorrow. If they're so convinced of their ability to sort this all out with just nationalisation, if they're so convinced that Avanti's performance is one that requires them to step in, do it tomorrow. You're not in the opposition anymore. You can take the steps of things that you criticise us for not doing. Because I'm afraid it's the same old Labour. More government good, private sector bad, unions first, passengers last. Madam Deputy Speaker, we on this side of the House have seen it and heard it all before, and we will make sure that everyone knows what Labour has spent their time focusing on, what they have put first legislating in this House, politics and ideology, instead of focusing on what will actually make a difference to passengers.
Minister Simon Lightwood.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I first of all congratulate you on your election. It's a pleasure to close the debate today on the Passenger Railway Services Bill with you in the chair. Now, it may have escaped the notice of the honourable gentleman opposite, but there was a general election, and there's a reason why you're sitting on that side and we're sitting on this side. I've enjoyed listening to the many maiden speeches today. It's just been just over 2 years, Madam Deputy Speaker, since I did my own maiden speech, which I found extremely nerve-wracking. So I'm really impressed, and I have to say somewhat intimidated by the quality of the speeches made today. I'm grateful to colleagues for their considered contributions, and I'll attempt to respond to as many questions and concerns as possible. Where I haven't been able to, I'll follow up with a letter. First of all, I will speak to public ownership. The Shadow Secretary says that we have no proof that public ownership will improve outcomes for passengers. That is clearly not the case. We know for a fact that this bill will save tens of millions of pounds in fees. If that isn't a good start, then I don't know what is. And, as the Secretary of State set out earlier, this reform is based in solid evidence. In fact, the public sector has an incredibly strong record of successful delivery, including increased reliability, even when dealing with operators which were previously failing financially or otherwise failing to deliver for passengers. I am confident that public ownership will provide the right foundations to drive forward improvements for passengers, whether it be simplifying the arcane fare system, integrating rail with other transport, or improving accessibility. And, first and foremost, delivering the standards of reliability that the travelling public has every right to expect. I also remind the House that this is one of two bills. The second one will deliver the government's wider plans for rail. As my honourable friend for Luton South and South Bedfordshire says, these wider plans are absolutely designed to put passengers back at the heart of the railways and introduce new measures to protect their interests. Let me also assure the Shadow Secretary that the wider railways bill is absolutely a priority for this government. Unlike the previous government, who had years to bring forward legislation to reform the railways and only got as far as a draft bill. We are not delaying, but rather taking the time to develop that much larger bill properly, so that it delivers the benefits that we have promised. I look forward to bringing it before the House later in this session when parliamentary time allows. Under that bill, the Secretary of State will be the passenger-in-chief, holding Great British Railways to account for delivering for passengers and freight. We will also create a powerful new passenger-focused watchdog, the Passenger Standards Authority, to independently monitor standards and champion improvement in service performance against a range of measures. I'm also glad that freight has been raised today. The wider Railways Bill will include a statutory duty on Great British Rail to promote the use of rail freight, alongside the overall growth target set by the Secretary of State to ensure that freight remains a key priority. My noble friend, the member for Middlesbrough and Thornaby East, is absolutely right to say that it is shameful that the previous government's approach to industrial relations was a failure, inflicting 2 years of disruption and misery for millions of passengers. By contrast, this government will work with unions to mediate disputes, and in her first weeks in office, my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, has met with representatives of the relevant unions. My honourable friend, the member for Hertford and Stortford, in an excellent maiden speech, also raised a very important point about staff shortages on our railways. This is a result of the previous failure to plan properly for the future, leading to skills and recruitment gaps. It is, of course, important that the right staff with the right skills are in the right place at the right time to provide the level of service that passengers expect and deserve. My ministerial colleagues and I look forward to working with train operators and trade unions on this issue. I also wish my honourable friend well in his endeavours to bring more young people into politics, something we should all be passionate about. On ticket fares, I share the Shadow Secretary's ambition for lower fares for all passengers. We are taking pragmatic steps towards this. We are committed to reviewing the overly complicated fare system with a view to simplifying it and introducing digital innovations. We will explore the options for expanding ticketing innovations like digital pay-as-you-go and digital season tickets across the network. We are aware that increased passenger numbers are critical to this plan, and that's what our simplified system will aim to do. The Shadow Secretary and the member for Bexhill and Battle raised concerns about the ideology of our approach. I can assure them that our plans are not a return to the days of British Rail, and our approach is not ideological. It's pragmatic. We will take the best lessons from the public and private operation of railways. This is about making sure that the system is right, checks and balances, growth incentives and proper accountability. We have been clear that our approach means a relentless focus on the interest of passengers and the taxpayer above all else. The same applies to the Shadow Secretary claim that the government's plans are about putting politicians in charge. This couldn't be further from the truth. The point of Great British Railways is to get day-to-day decisions out of the hands of politicians and into the hands of those that are best placed to take those decisions, with the needs of the passenger and the freight user at the heart of the whole system. The Shadow Secretary also mentioned the Chancellor's statement. The Chancellor has made some very hard decisions on the basis of the dire financial situation that we've inherited from the previous government. But this does not change the fact that providing better transport for our citizens is an absolute priority, and we will not waver in our pursuit to achieve better rail services for all. I also thank the honourable member for Bath for her comments and share her views that intervention is needed. However, let me assure her that we are well aware that this cannot come at the expense of other vital services. I will assure the honourable lady that our plan to fix Britain's railways is fully costed and will be delivered within our fiscal rules. It will improve services and reduce the cost to the public purse. The honourable member for Bath, the honourable member for Moray West, Nairn and Strathspey, and the honourable member for Easington also highlighted the role of rolling stock leasing companies. This is another area where the government's approach is pragmatic, delivering value for the taxpayer, not driven by ideology. It would not be responsible to spend billions of pounds of taxpayers' money buying up existing rolling stock, especially when, as my honourable friend the Chancellor of the Exchequer has set out this afternoon, we face a £22 billion black hole in public finances created by the party opposite. I completely agree with the member for Aldridge-Brownhills on the importance of rail links to local communities, and I welcome her constructive attitude to this debate. I deeply sympathise with the points she makes and the points that the member for Didcot and Wantage, the member for Liverpool Wavertree and the others made as well about Avanti West Coast service. And my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, said out she's already met with Avanti to make her expectations clear. However, the Honourable Lady will appreciate the need to bring services into public ownership as existing contracts expire to avoid the need to pay a penny in compensation to operators concerned for earlier termination. This does not change the fact that the Government cares deeply about performance and will hold private operating companies to account for the remainder of their contracts. To reassure the Honourable Member for Derby North, I will also highlight that contracts can be terminated early if the relevant contractual conditions are met, and we will not hesitate to do so if needed. On ticket office closures, the Honourable Lady raised the important issue alongside the Honourable Member for Taunton and Wellington in an excellent maiden speech. I will confirm this Government has no plans to close ticket offices. The Honourable Member for Aldridge and the Honourable Member for Bexhill and Battle also asked about open access services. We have been clear that there will remain a role for open access services, with existing operators continuing to operate on the network alongside publicly owned services where they add value and capacity to the network. Finally, the Honourable Member for Brighton Pavilion highlighted the role of Transport for London and Mersey Travel. How to secure the delivery of services in those areas will remain a matter for local leaders. The wider Railways Bill will give local leaders a statutory role in governing, managing and planning and developing the rail network. This, along with our plans to give local authorities more control over buses through a Better Buses Bill, will make it more straightforward to integrate the railways with other forms of transport. I would like to thank honourable members again for the excellent and considered debate on this Cinderella topic, as the honourable member for Didcot and Wantage called it. And I welcome further engagement from both sides of the House as this bill progresses. And with that, Madam Deputy Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No! Question is that the bill be read a second time. As many of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
The contrary, no.
No.
Tell us for the ayes.
Anna McLaurin.
Yeah.
Martin McCluskey.
Martin. Tell us for the noes. Mike Wood and Joy Morrissey. Fabulous. Order.
The ayes to the right, 351. The noes to the left, 84.
The ayes were 351, the noes were 84. So the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock.
Still many in programme. Yeah.
Programme motion to be moved formally.
Formally.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Money resolution to be moved formally.
Formally.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
The contrary, no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it.
I'd like to